Probably in 40.
Okay. Yep, we're ready. We're live.
You already seen lap dance with the car.
We're going to go ahead and call this meeting to order at 10 o'clock. And our first presenter is our principal of the year, Mrs. Emily Moore.
Thank you, Mrs.
From
Morris.
East Harding Elementary School.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Well, thank you all for allowing me the opportunity to come chat with you a little bit about my school this year and share some updates with you. And I think those of you who were able to come to our Leadership Day last week, I hope you enjoyed it.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it was a
That's
wonderful
great.
day.
So I started, I'll point out this picture real quickly. This was in our grades 3 to 6 hallway this year as students entered in August. And there was a sailboat with every single kid's name on it. So it was a nice way to just welcome them back. Our theme this year has been lighting the way one leader at a time. And we've embedded that in lots of things that we've done this year. Just since becoming a Lighthouse School, we really wanted to just, send that message to all of our students that it takes every single one of them to make our school great and we can all shine our light. So the first bit of data that we're going to talk about today is our attendance data. So this is actually the past 4 years worth of attendance data. And this column shows this year, and I have in bold print here the months that were the best. So for example, we had better attendance in August and September of this school year than we did the previous 4 years. And I really attribute that to starting school a little bit later this year than what we had previously. I think that our families were able to go on vacation earlier. Those people who participate in the state fair, they didn't have to miss school. So I do really think that helped us this year. Unfortunately, in February, the flu hit our school really hard, and we actually that month had the lowest attendance that we've had in 4 years. So it was bad, and you could kind of see it when the absence report came out every day, like, oh, flu made it to 3rd grade, or oh, it made it to 5th grade, and it really did make a number on our building. But I do think it's important to celebrate that, our attendance is definitely trending upwards. I think that there's some good numbers there to celebrate. I think that a lot of that is due to the efforts that we've made this year. So one of the things that we're doing is Mrs. Wolf, our Communities and Schools coordinator, is messaging parents every day when she gets the absence lists. She's sending messages to them. And they have really appreciated that. Most of our parents have really appreciated that someone from the school is checking on their child, make sure they're okay. It's also been a nice way to remind those parents, hey, get those absence notes in. So that has also helped bring in more doctor's notes this year that we can then we're able to code as excused. Another effort that we have made this year is we looked at our chronically absent students. And we took a list of them at a meeting and just kind of all the staff members divvied them up and said, hey, I see that child every day, or I have a good relationship with that child. And they made those connections. So they're responsible every day for greeting those children when they enter and just checking up on them and making sure that they're here. Mrs. Ashley Taylor in 4th grade just shared with us recently that one of the 5th grade students who's hers to check in comes to her every day. She's like, I know, I got to see you today. I wanted to say hi, so I'm here. So it's just been a nice way to connect with students and make sure that they know that we value their attendance and we want them here. This is our current enrollment numbers. So if you remember last year, we increased significantly, which was great. We're down a little bit this year. And really, I think that's just attributing to, we've had some families move away from the area. That's really what that comes down to. So, but we have continued to receive requests, like specifically from Hampshire County. I'm still continuing to get new families coming to our school. who just keep saying that they hear that our school's great, it's just as close as the other one, so can we come there instead? All right, so let's take a look at our data. So if you open up, first thing I want to share with you is we have teacher data meetings periodically through the year, and in those meetings, the classroom teachers, the intervention teachers, our Title I teachers, and administrators, we all sit down together and we look through our student data and we look for trends, look for students that need extra support. We identify our students who are in need of Tier 2 and Tier 3 intervention, and we design our intervention schedule and groups, and we determine our focuses for each group. And then when the teachers walk out of that meeting, we have our intervention plan for the next several weeks with what students are we pulling, what am I focusing on, what am I using to track their growth. We currently have 36 students in the SAT process, and we currently have 29 students, 29%, who have IEPs. And again, that does include that's speech, that's gifted, that's developmental delay, and then specific learning disabilities. So that does encompass, several different types of IEPs.
Mrs. Morris, would you just review with them what the SAT process is?
Sure. So that's our student assistance team, and so that is our process. If a teacher or parent is concerned about a child, majority of the time it's academic concerns, but it could also be attendance, behavior, social emotional. It could be a variety of things, but majority of the time it is academic. We refer them to our SAT team, and then we have meetings with the parent, teacher, administrator, CIS. We have a whole SAT team, and we have devoted time to sit down and look at that child and their progress, come up with a plan that we can hopefully make some growth with that child. Sometimes it does result in a referral for special education services, so that is the route that we take if we suspect a student may have a learning disability. We do have to put them in the SAT process and go through that to see if they're making progress. And if so, how much, and we have to, so that is the process that we go through if we are going to refer a child for special education testing.
Thank you.
Yes, of course. And I also just wanted to share with you, we are, in light of House Bill 3035, the class that's in second grade this year is the class that next year when they're in third grade, they will be the first class that the retention piece will come into play. So this year, actually tomorrow, I have meetings scheduled with second grade parents who, looking at their data as a second grader, are falling, in a lower percentile where we're a little concerned about their progress and their scores. So we're going to bring them in, talk about House Bill 3035, just to make sure that I just want to be proactive and make sure that they are aware of the legislation, that they're very aware of their students' progress, and I just want to make them aware so that we can work together to determine what we're going to do to support that child. But I certainly don't want any parents next year to get to third grade and then be really shocked and surprised and unaware that this retention piece is going to be at play. So we do have those meetings scheduled tomorrow. If you look here at our data, got several different pieces in here. So if you look at the kindergarten data, and I know you all already have access to some of this through the data reports that you receive. But if you look at I put our achievement at the top and then the growth comparison at the bottom for each grade level. So one thing that is concerning to me is that it appears that, like, for example, our kindergarten is starting out lower than in previous years, but it is important to realize that this is the first year that we're using the iReady test, and the other trend lines are using the STAR test. So I'm not sure how much we can compare the two. What I think is important to note is that the line that shows the growth does seem to be a stronger increase in all three grade levels than the STAR test showed. So I'm hopeful that at the end of the year, we see a lot of growth, but I do think it's important just to kind of point out again that we are comparing our ready to STAR, which is not the same assessment.
So on this, I'm probably just reading too much in it. So let's take math. So we look there and it looks like the numbers that we have in the yellow are 0. And then at the line, we have 6.
So for kindergarten,
I think the 0 is referring to we have 0 of the students mid or above grade level for the first one, I'm assuming is what that means, right, Emily?
I believe so.
And the 6 would actually go with what's in the yellow box, which is the early on grade
Yeah, I
level.
think that's just
The 6 goes
poor
up into the
location.
green.
How they had to fit the
Yeah.
numbers.
I think the 6 goes to the faded yellow, and the 0 would go to the number of students mid or above grade. See how the one to the right looks, where the 10 is? I'm assuming that's where the 0 should, what the 0 is referring to. It's just a poor
I think it's
location.
just a placement of the
Yeah,
0. I don't-
yeah.
I don't think it has a-
Okay.
Yeah, I think the 6 belongs to the other. I think it's just probably
And
misplaced.
so then when we get to the 40,
Mhm.
that's the number of students 2 grade levels below. But
No.
So it's showing that they're like one grade level below, but keep in mind that those are kindergartners who are
Yeah, they
taking an
just-
end of the year. Exactly.
At the beginning of the year.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're taking the end of the year test at the beginning of the year.
Okay.
So I think what's important to look at is the growth. You know, are the colors changing? Are the numbers, growing in the, in the on grade level category? And they are.
So now where am I going to see if they're, what color is that they're on grade?
So that is actually a little tricky in my mind as well, because I'm so used to green and blue being what we want here. On this report, the pink is the mid or above grade level. The yellow is their early on grade level. And then the blue is that they're showing as 1 years below.
So where am I going to see the color pink?
That peach color.
Oh,
Peachy
it's
pink.
peach, okay.
Right there at the bottom where there's the 10. On the right, when you're
Okay.
looking at the math, that 10
Okay.
is that color. Yeah.
And that's on grade level.
Mhm. So they're showing that when they took that test, like for example, the mid-year test, those students are already showing that they're on grade level for the end of the year.
But it's only halfway through it.
Okay, well, that's good.
Yes. Well, and the yellow too, I'm pretty happy with because they're showing early on grade level.
Uh-huh.
Which is probably about halfway through the year then, yeah. So you've got the 17 now that are about exactly where they should be or above, considering it's not the end of the year yet. That's what they're
Yeah,
being judged
And I
on.
thought that they added up with those lines. That,
Gotcha.
Figure,
It's always hard
it's
to
like,
interpret.
gee,
Yeah,
we start getting these lines and these things and no one really, I guess they're kind of self-explanatory, but it's.
No,
Well,
it takes a
you
minute
do
to break
have
it down.
You do have to, I even have to really stop and think about what I'm looking at because there's so many data sources available to us. You just have to make sure you're thinking about what's this color and what's this line showing me. Yes, if you flip past you all tell me if you have any other questions on the K-2.
so with math, it looks like first grade, but are these the first? I mean, and it's got 10 and 7, just like kindergarten.
Similar.
And then there's 27. Is that correct? That are, they're doing kindergarten level, 1 grade below.
They are. I don't know that it's showing as 1 grade level below, so I mean, it's showing like they're still scoring in the kindergarten range. They're not proficient on the first grade test yet.
Okay.
But again, that's an end of the year first grade test.
You mean over here? That's end of the year? Or
So
middle year?
they took the test in the middle of the year, but the test that they're actually taking is like an end of the year first grade test.
So they're being tested to see if they have mastered all of the things they're not supposed to know until the year's over. So all of the kindergarten standards are what they're being assessed on, or first grade, whichever grade level it is. So the test is assessing if they can do the things they're supposed to learn that year already. So you would expect in the beginning, not very many can do
Yeah.
that.
Yeah,
Yeah, and then by the end, the goal would be now they've mastered.
yeah.
I think the ninjas really inspire these kids, you know, because they can see it.
Mhm.
Yeah, and I like that.
Yeah, they get really excited to go and be able to put their new color belts on their Ninja and go write their name on the WOW board. And then the teachers email me every time a student passes like a black belt in an operation, and then we make a big deal about it on the morning announcements.
Well, and their wigs,
Mhm.
you know, so many of their
Yeah, their
wigs with
Yes.
posters, you can
Yeah.
tell
Yes,
that was important to them, and they're proud of themselves.
yes.
Oh,
So
for
our,
sure.
our school-wide wig this year has been 100% of our students will make progress on the math facts. And, you know, you may have seen that board outside the library. So for Leader and Me this year, once you get past, you know, the staff training that we have to go through is called like 7 habits. Like we have that year 1, and then we have core 1 and core 2, and there's specific trainings that, you know, each one of them kind of builds on more and more for your school. So the one that we're doing this year, because we have achieved Lighthouse status, I was able to choose where I wanted to go. So they have what's called academic impact journeys, and there's different impact journeys for, I think there's culture and leadership and academics, of course. So I chose that our school would do academics 1 impact journey. So this year, we're following our math fact knowledge a little bit more closely and using the 40X to goal set and really track that. And so that's what all of our Leader and Me training has been focused on this year, is that academic impact journey.
And I'll add to that you're one little group in the hallway that was talking about these are our goals, but we really don't worry so much about getting to that as we're worried about growth. So those little kids could point out that we were here, but now we're here, which is really good because all we're worried about is getting better than what we were before. So
Yes.
that's really a cool thing. I think that
It
the kids
is.
understand that.
It is, because I think it's important when I go out and talk to them about that data wall, you know, sometimes the bars are so far from the line of meet standard, and I don't want them to get hung up on that. You know, exactly. It's a
It's a
competition
win.
against yourself. You know,
Yeah.
you want to grow and get better than you did last time. So I don't want anyone to ever walk out and be discouraged, like, oh, I'm never going to make it, because
Then you quit trying, yeah.
I mean, every kid
They're all
counts.
shiny gray.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
That was a neat thing.
I wish I could have a little kids
Yes.
on that.
Yeah. Definitely is really cool to see as they grow older and go up through the grade levels, you know, how their understanding of their data, and they can open up their portfolios and they can track it and they can look at that. I think it's really cool. And I think that these students who are, you know, in the primary grade levels now, I'm really excited for them to go the whole way through the school with all of this.
Knowing that and understanding
Yes.
it. Yeah, that's important.
Right, so I see many of you have flipped already. So this one looks, so this one is our ELA data, and this just shows actually the whole time I've been at East Hardy Elementary, our GSA proficiency scores. And you can really see, post-COVID, I mean, my goodness, we're still recovering academically there. So you can just really see, and I have like a cohort of students are the same color, so you can kind of see them as they move up through the grade levels.
Yeah. It hit last year's 6th grade really hard, didn't it, in math?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, most of these, so most of these cohorts do show growth as they are going up through the grade levels, which is a very positive thing.
Mm-hmm.
So this one that I see some of you looking at, this is something that I put together. So if you look at the reading one, for example, I wanted to know, when you look at benchmark scores, how much, because when I looked at them this year, I thought, I think I'm pleased with that growth, but I want to compare it to last year's growth. So on the left, this is last school year. And I have the percent of students in each grade level who, and I've got the categories colored there, and it does not meet, partially meets, proficient, and exceeds. And then I looked to see what was the growth, like how many, like for example, 3rd grade last year, benchmark 1, 4% were proficient at the beginning of the year. But mid-year, January, I had 18% proficient, so we had 14% growth there. And then at the end of the year for GSA, we were at 27% proficient, so we had another 9% growth. So I just wanted to be able to compare that to this year to see how we were looking. And, overall, I was pretty pleased with both grade levels there. Or I'm sorry, with both content areas with the grade levels. Something else that was exciting to note was when you look at the beginning of the year benchmark for this year, many of my grade levels are starting out higher than they did last year coming into school. So that's also, that was really exciting to see that year over year growth that we're starting higher.
Maintaining it, yeah.
And so you say it's the 6th graders that are the COVID affected?
I think Dr. Van Meter was pointing out that that 6th grade class, last year's 6th grade class, had a low percent proficient on the math test, and they were in, they were in 1st grade that year of COVID. So they're kindergarten first grade years.
Yeah.
It's just really, really important.
They had about half a year.
Yeah, that's rough.
Yeah. And you really can see like just those foundational pieces. So we are really heavily using our intervention blocks this year. So this year, every grade level has a dedicated half hour of intervention. And during that half hour, the teachers, if it's kindergarten through 3rd grade, the ECATs, and our 2 Title I teachers, they all kind of, swoop to that grade level, and they all have a group assigned to them that we assign at those teacher data meetings, and they take their group and they work on very specific skills that group needs. And I just included in here Mrs. C and Mrs. Beck's schedules, just so you can kind of see we have a lot of intervention going on, and we still we really struggle to meet all of the students' needs. If I just had one more person, every time we sit down and do these teacher data team meetings, we always say, if we had one more person, how much, what a better difference we could make. This is a very challenging schedule for them to run, because, you know, switching from like a second grade group and then I'm going up to fifth grade and then I'm going down to kindergarten maybe, that takes a lot of just switching as a teacher with the different groups. And they're doing, we do 2 days of reading intervention and then 2 days of math intervention per week. So it's a lot of planning, and I'm very, very grateful to Mrs. C and Ms. Beck for all the hard work that they're putting into all of these groups. Yes. So I cannot speak highly enough of the work that they have put in this year to make our intervention work, and just as well as, you know, share with you all the need for intervention, and, you know, with or without the levy passing, like if we could just, you know, have one more interventionist, what a difference it would make. So I don't know how to make that work, but it would be really beneficial for our students. Right. As far as grades go, so, you know, at the elementary level, I don't get super concerned about their grades, you know, and I don't want to say I don't get super concerned about their grades. I don't get super concerned about D's and F's until, you know, about sixth grade. So I think what we see a lot in the primary grades are, we see these students struggling, and a lot of those students who are represented there with D's and F's are also in our SAT process. Like we've identified these students as really struggling. So some of them may wind up with going through the SAT process and being referred for special education in the future. Any questions about that part?
So this thing that goes in next year, about they have to be reading proficiently by the third grade, and if they're not, do they take third grade again?
They do.
Again?
And you'll have a policy here in May. That'll be our county's policy that we have to adopt based upon that. The state says that after House Bill 3035 and the Third Grade Success Act, they have been working through their final requirements as to what they expect from us. And then we have to finalize a policy that outlines the steps in the process. But yes, essentially, if they don't score proficient, then they, on the end of the year assessment, unless there are certain caveats, special education.
Sure, it's actually not just reading, it's actually
Right,
it's the math
reading
test
and math
as well. And it's, so on the GSA, you know, students can score exceeds, meets standards, proficient, partially meets or does not meet. So you're really looking at your students in the red, that does not meet students. So students who are in that yellow zone, so they didn't quite pass, but they're still pretty close, they get to move on. It's our red zone does not meet students who would be our retainees.
So how many you talking about probably?
Well, last year data, if that class would have been it, that would have been 9 students. I would
Just half the
actually,
class.
right, I mean, it's 9
Yeah.
students. This year I have 13 students, and this is my second grade, that I'm having these second grade meetings about, that I'm really concerned about. I will say out of those 13, 5 of them are in the SAT process. So we suspect that they're probably going to be referred for special education testing. So it has made it really difficult because we can't refer students, you know, to be tested for special education until, you know, it means that it's a long process, but then we also have this deadline that if it is a student with a learning disability, we want to have that identified for that child.
Obviously, the student then.
Right. Yeah. I would actually really love, I did a lunch and learn with parents at my school and invited them in and showed them the practice questions for the state assessment. I would love to do that at some point with you all.
That'd be great.
I don't think we're gonna have time this morning, but I really would like to show you all and kind of run through the same process that I went through with the parents, because I think it was very eye-opening.
Maybe you could do that as a board presentation, Emily, at a board meeting.
I would be happy to. I think that we had 23 parents, I believe, there that day, and I mean,
It was really good. Doing it through the eyes of the kids, and what the
Yeah.
kids have to do at third grade, which is their
Yes.
first testing, and be able to read, comprehend, and apply to that level.
We could go to Mullins and call it dinner and data.
Dinner and learn.
it was very active. Any other questions about data before we move on? Looking at child nutrition, our participation is holding pretty steady. I mean, this is the last 4 years worth of data, and, this year, we're down a smidge from last year, but, we're holding pretty steady. So I know our cooks work really hard to deliver, our really good food, and I know that our kids, I know you all have asked that lot before when you've been in the building, and I think their favorites are definitely, I think, like mashed potato days and Salisbury steak days, and my favorite's the lasagna, and then it's funny because I'll have some kids who are like, oh, I don't want the lasagna, but I think our cooks do a really nice job providing really good meals for our kids, and they're super easy to work with, and I appreciate everything that they do. So looking at our discipline data, and I know you all have access to this in your board packets. Yes, so 51% of the referrals are from 4 students. So you know how you always, like, if you've been a school administrator, like you know that it's like I've got this handful of kids. And you know it, but then when you actually go through and count, it really is a handful of students that the majority come from. 26% of our discipline referrals are bus write-ups, and that was exciting to see that it's down from 49% from last year.
That's good.
That was nice to see. We've really taken some steps there. Mrs. Chastity Taylor, our counselor, very often when I get bus write-ups, she will take the students and do bus reteach with them. She'll do some specific lessons with them about it. And then we also have some students who part of their reteach process has been that they have to make a poster about, like a visual, like what I do need to do on the bus, what this looks like. And so we have a couple students who have like their little posters in their bus seats that is just a nice visual for supposed to be sitting down, in my seat and those types of things. Yeah, it's helpful especially for our younger kids who they just really need a visual for what the expectation is. And then when I looked at all the referrals, so I have 25 students who have a referral in the system, but 14 of them only have one incident. Most of them are just one thing, one thing happened, and I'll probably never see them in my office again, and for that kind of thing. So
Very good.
yeah, I think that I know, like, the report that you all get, I think sometimes it might look like we have a lot for an elementary school. But when I reflect on that, I think about, I have these students for 8 years being pre-K to 6, and definitely have learned over time that on our end, I think it's important to document things that happen, even when they're really young, because what I have seen over time is there's been numerous instances where I have needed to look back and look at the history when they're older. So we do tend to probably document, perhaps more than average, just because of, I think when you have students for 8 years, you kind of have a different maybe lens looking at it. As far as family involvement and communication, I think we do a really nice job with this. We do like a monthly Cougar Chronicle newsletter from me that goes out to all of our students and parents, and then our teachers send out weekly newsletters. We use a platform called Class Dojo that is it is comparable to Facebook in that we can post things, but you have to be, like, only parents can be in our school Class Dojo. As a school for them to see, but then the teachers can also post announcements, and it's a nice little messaging way for teachers and parents to message.
Do you have a lot of participation? Would you have these activities?
Oh, the activities, yes. They are very well attended. Very, very well attended. We have a very active parent lighthouse team as far as family events. We do back to school night, trunk or treat, concerts. So those are things that we do every year. This year we had a Star Watch, and we had some guests who came and they did a presentation for the students about, dark skies and just some things about space. And then that weekend they came back and had a Star Watch party, and it was so well attended. It was dark, so I really couldn't take any pictures. But it was just really cool. They brought telescopes, and families came and set up their lawn chairs and looked through telescopes and looked. And I had several parents who came and thanked me for setting up this event, because they honestly, parents enjoyed it just as much as the kids did.
That's great.
Yeah, it was really cool. And then our Cougar crew, they had a game night. That one wasn't as well attended, but I think that is kind of time of day. I think a lot of those parents whose children are in our after-school Cougar crew, they're working. So, and their kids are in our after-school care. So I think that's, what contributed to that. We had a Schoology parent training in the fall, and then, like I said, we just recently had that lunch and learn. We do Cougar Fest every year, book bingo. Book bingo is this Wednesday. Yeah, it's Wednesday. We have awards day. Our 6th grade does a science fair and wax museum, and then we have our pre-K and 6th grade
The kids who did the wax museum Thursday were so good.
It is so
Social
good.
studies fair.
No,
Oh, they did, okay.
yeah,
They did wax
yeah.
museum.
So
Four of them were there.
it was really cool. So this year, Miss Vance's kids memorized their speeches for wax museum like faster than she's ever had them.
Yeah, I mean, they were perfect.
Yeah, and it's interesting. I think that now that we've had it for a few years, like they know that when they get to 6th grade, that's a big deal that they get to do it. So we're really, I think, starting to see that, just that excitement and investment. Like, I get to do that now.
Well, and they'll remember those characters.
Yes,
And follow them, the history and everything about them
right,
forever.
right.
And when is your night, your afternoon one, in the gym?
It is May. I think it's the 15th.
I think it's
I
15.
think I have it written on the calendar, but I don't want to miss
Yeah,
that.
Well, I know I
I'm
sent them to
looking.
Sean. I want to say, because I think the science fair is May.
It's 15.
It's May 15th.
Okay, and then I think the science fair is like May 1st or May 8th. I can't remember which one it is.
Do you have judges?
For the science fair, well, last year Mrs. Leatherman did lots of different categories, and she had teachers go through and vote when they brought their class down, and that's how she did it.
Mrs. Morris, I'm not trying to rush you, but you have 6 minutes.
Thank you for letting me know.
You're welcome.
All right, just to share this, I think this is nice
Yeah.
to see. This is the number of long-term subs in our building, the percentage. So right now, the only long-term subs that we have are the art teacher that we share at the high school and the gifted teacher who is shared countywide. And that's really come down significantly. And I really think that just is attributed to our school having a really good, strong culture and people wanting to stay there and wanting to come there.
What's the number of staff, number of teachers you have?
We'll teach, my total staff is 61.
Okay.
My teachers, 22, including speech and everybody, I think it would be 24. No, that's not counting my specialists, 30, 29. I think that's pretty close, yeah.
Just curious.
Transportation, I just have nothing but great things to say about our bus drivers. They, they just really connect with
I
our
love your
kids,
kids, yeah.
and they just do such a nice job. I mean, I've had Brian Baker come over and spend his day at our career fair and be there, as someone that the kids could come visit on career day. So they do a really nice job.
And you had 29, wow, how many bus referrals? Did you have
So I
that
don't
there?
remember the number, but the percentage is,
Was down, I know.
Yes.
49 to
Yeah.
26.
yes,
41 to 29?
yes, it has come down significantly.
Okay.
Yeah.
Which tells me that the drivers really are on the ball, they are aware of what's going on
They
the
do.
buses.
Yeah, and they really do try, they really try to connect with the students and build those relationships and help as much as they can before they do a write-up. Finances, I just, thank Cayman Valley Bank. They sustained our interest rate of 3.5%, which is a huge help to our school. And then I also wanted to thank the Hardy County Community Foundation Fund. They support our school and have provided funding to do lots of different things. And so our school finances are strong. We're in really good shape financially as a school, and so I'm very, very glad to be in that spot. Social emotional, EA Hawes Behavioral Health, see 55 students, which is 15.7%. So they provide a huge service in our building. I know I've shared with you about our student support squad before, administrators, CIS, counselor, we meet weekly and just, review students, any concerns that we have. This is just a picture of Mrs. Taylor, our counselor. I snapped this morning. I mean, that's not posing. I mean, they are always checking in on kids and just checking on them, seeing how they can help. Our emotional bank accounts, you may have seen those if you visited our school. We all have little library pockets, and it's just a nice way to just leave a little note for a colleague. We're gonna roll that out with students in the future as well. So that's a nice way to just send a little positive note and fill each other's emotional bank accounts. I don't know if you all would have seen this because we did this last spring after we achieved our Lighthouse certification, but every single student's handprint is in this mural. So that's every single student who was a student in my building when we became a Lighthouse school, their handprint is on there. Just a couple examples. I think we have a really strong school culture. These are some pictures of my staff, just we did some holiday, games, and we have elves that visit our school every year around Christmas, and this year they left blow up Christmas decorations one morning, and they always put up a naughty and nice list, and somehow I'm always on the naughty list, and it just provides a lot of fun for the kids to come in and see that. And I think that that's just evidence of, people are not gonna do those fun things and do things like that if they don't think that, where they are is a good place and if they're not happy to be there. And I just included a picture of those kids as my breakfast buddies taking the carts down because I do think that leadership is a really huge piece of our school culture.
You can feel that, you can see it.
All right, so these are some screenshots. So I just last week got back the results from the school learning environment survey that all schools in the state are required to take. And our results are just fantastic this year. So this column shows our school and this column shows the state average. So promotes trust and collegiality among staff. I mean, I've got 100% of my staff who agree there. That's the comparison to the state. 100% agree that our school is a supportive and inviting place for staff to work. We've got 98% believe that we give students opportunities to make a difference by helping other people, the school, or the community.
That's phenomenal.
Just to kind of give you
Unheard of.
a comparison, I pulled out the results from, I think it was 2018, and it was 60, it was 65 and 70%, on these questions. So I mean, we've gone from 65, 70% agree that our school's a good place to work to 100%. So I was really excited when I got those back.
It's a big deal.
Awesome.
Yeah, it was really
It
nice to see.
really is.
A couple things that are new this year. So we actually did have archery last year, but it really became a bigger part of our building this year. Our after school program has been really nice. And then we have a robotics team that expects them talking to judges at a state level competition. So that's just another really nice thing that we can offer to our students.
I think, the robotics program, I'm happy to see
Yes.
beginning at that level so they can grow with it.
Me too. And that is all Mrs. Mullen. She's very passionate about that, and she has really done a nice job with building that and getting that started in our building.
How many years have you been principal now?
This is number 9.
So you started in,
17.
2017. 2017-18 was first school year. Moving forward, we're gonna have a chicken tenders club, so we're partnering with Purdue, and they're going to hopefully fund a chicken coop for our school. And that'll be part of some leadership opportunities for students to go out and tend to the chickens and collect eggs, and really excited about that opportunity for our students.
I love the name.
Yeah, it'll be really cool. We're at something for at the state level. I think some of you may have been there, and there was a school that shared about that. And
About the chicken
Yeah.
tenders.
yeah, that was really cool. We're gonna go with Leader in the Academic Impact Journey 2 next year. So we're gonna continue focusing on academics. We're up for Lighthouse recertification next year. So we have to make sure that we're continually growing to keep our certification, right? That you don't just get to keep it. We're gonna continue with our data team meetings and intervention, and we're just gonna keep on focusing on our strategic plan goals, which are our reading and our math improvement and our reducing chronic absenteeism.
Very good, Mrs. Morris. Thank you.
Yes.
thank you.
Yes.
Thank you
Great.
very much.
How many
All right.
students you have that are chronic absent, do you know?
The percentage is, I wanna say like at the end of last year, it was like 18 or 19%, which just sounds huge.
I hate percentages. I love
Yes.
numbers.
Yeah.
The
This
real
year-
numbers, how many
This
kids?
year, I think we're at right now, I think we might be at 15%. So I think that we're making progress, but we kind of have to wait until the end of the year, because when you pull that report, if a kid has missed 10 days up until this point, it's gonna be a bigger percent than
It's
like
at the
maybe
end
if
of the
they're
year and they haven't
here.
missed anymore. Right.
Exactly, if they're here the rest of the spring, it'll go down.
So that would have been, how many kids do you have?
We
300?
have 351.
So that would have been about 65
Yeah, I
kids,
mean,
60,
it's-
70 kids last year. And
Yeah.
it
That's a pretty
sounds,
high number.
Yeah.
It is, and we have the best attendance in the county. I mean, it's,
Yeah, that's even scary.
I think East Grady High School moved ahead of us, with when we got the flu. But,
you have to remember the chronic absenteeism
Yes.
piece is just every time they're absent, it counts against them, and even if it's an excused or medical excuse too. So that's changed in the years, which makes it seem worse, but
right, so even our kids who,
had surgeries or,
Right.
yeah.
Yeah,
So it
well,
does.
and
seem worse.
the kids, I mean, they pick up stuff at school all the
Yeah,
time.
it was a rough year
Yes.
this year.
It's a very factor.
Thank you all.
Thanks,
Thank
Mrs.
you.
Morris. Appreciate it.
so much.
I'm going to run to the restroom and let Mr. McGregor know we're ready. Is that okay?
Like
Thank
I'm
you,
well
appreciate that.
Thank you
very
very
much.
You've earned principal of the year.
Well, thank you. That means a lot, and I really do appreciate that.
Proud of you.
Thank you.
Great job.
Thank
You did a great
you.
job. You've done a wonderful job.
Thank you so much.
I got cold, it's cold as just me. Nothing to coat back on.
It's
I
just
got
you.
cold, I got cold this morning, I know that.
My
That
pants
snow
were
was
chilly
coming
in here
down.
though.
I just looked at the calendar, we're not gonna make it to the museum because we have an appointment at it.
Oh, okay.
I'm so disappointed.
Well, could you come in the morning?
Possible.
Okay.
Yes, is it morning too?
Yes, I think there's a morning time that's listed on that. I think, did Miss Vance email you the invitation?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Okay, I can come for part of the morning.
Yeah, if you wanna come in the morning, do that.
Have a good day.
Yeah, you guys
That'll
too.
work.
Yeah, I got cold this morning when that snow was falling.
Oh,
I thought it was rain.
No,
It
it
was,
was,
yeah, it was,
it was
Yeah,
snow.
yeah.
We had snow going to Morgantown yesterday. They did something that didn't have at WVU when, way back in the dark ages when I was there. They had a ring day, and those people who were graduating got to officially receive their classroom. That was pretty neat.
I saw someone's banana.
That's what they're for. They're for you guys. Jennifer brought them.
Ramp up line.
I got, oh, yeah.
Yeah. Is that old age or what?
I don't know, it's part of it. They wake me during the night.
I got
Just need a
stand
little
up.
potassium.
And flex,
Mhm.
yes, stretch, absolutely.
Hold
Good
on.
morning, sir.
Good morning.
Is it warming up at all outside?
It's still pretty brisk.
We freeze everything tonight, isn't it?
That's a shame.
Saturday, we were at ball games in Fairmont, and I got sunburnt. I burnt my legs, my arms, and then went back Sunday for Isaac's stuff, and had to wear a coat and gloves and boots. Isn't that crazy? Like a
Yes.
35-degree difference.
I went to
On this
Moorfield
one?
to a baseball game and they played Notre Dame.
Chilly. Oh, you got sunburnt there, yeah.
Uh-huh.
We're supposed to approve it tonight. We didn't get a doctor sheet from her.
I meant to ask if
Yeah.
her community things should have said engagement rather than involvement based on our
Oh,
policy.
probably. The presentation won't be a big deal, but yeah, probably.
Yeah,
She has the days, and we'll have a doctor's note. She doesn't qualify for FMLA, but she didn't need it because she had the days to take off. So there won't be FMLA paperwork. She's just going to have a doctor's note
Okay,
because she's not taking any without pay.
okay.
But I can't remember what she's having done.
Oh, she's
But it's
some to
another-
her
Shawnee
shoulder.
is
Gotcha.
everything this morning before I came. Trying to memorize all that before you guys came in to talk to us. And guess what?
He started having a baseball game?
Moorfield.
I mean, you said you went to a game.
Oh yeah, they were in the tournament, the tournament out at
How
Bridgeport.
they did.
They won the first day and then lost both games on Saturday.
Say Notre Dame's not the powerhouse they used to be.
Yeah, no, they lost both on Saturday.
Yeah, I think
Herbert
there
Hoover and,
is one signal way school that's really good this year. Gilmer.
oh, okay.
I think Gilmer's on the field. I believe.
All right, you're good, Mr. McGregor. We're on camera live, so you're good to go.
Mine should be kind of short and sweet, I guess.
We're here for what you got.
I did bring some data there that you didn't have through Bonnie. You said they were gonna have Bonnie's.
They received that report from Bonnie a couple weeks ago,
I
yeah.
brought a few things from that. I started
Mm-hmm.
out with grades.
Do you have an extra handout?
I did.
No, we didn't get one. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
We don't have anybody right now in jeopardy of being retained that's jumping off the charts, so we're into the 49 weeks, so we should be okay there, and if there is anything that pops up, we'll be in direct communication with the parents, seeing what we can do. The main ones we would stress out there would be a fifth grader, but right now we're okay with grades. The benchmark report that came out from Bonnie Helmick, looking at the data, it's trending the way I think hopefully it's trending the way we want to go. So Miss Oswald had some really good numbers last year in math at 51%. I'm really hoping she can stay in that ballpark again. Holly Howard has all the kids this year in fourth grade math, so we'll see with everybody having one teacher consistently for math in fourth grade is going to make it 10th. Her benchmarks show that might be working. So I don't know. That benchmark data can be, just depends on what happens to when we take the test here in a few weeks. But the outlook on it right now, I'm pretty positive about it. I don't want to say a whole lot about it because you never know. I'm really hoping third grade jumps this year. I think third grade was kind of stagnant last year, so we'll see what they can do with the incoming class for this year. I know we've done a lot of, their second year with the Innovamat and change, the implementation last year was kind of stressful. It's not been that stressful. It doesn't seem to have been as bad this year. So I think they've kind of dealt with that a little bit. So hopefully we'll see that, or see that reflection when it comes time to take the test. I did give you a little handout on the attendance. From Mrs. Julie. Our attendance at school, I think it's very good. We did have a little dip there, which I think we always do around flu season and Christmas, that time of year. But she always comes to me and asks me, hey, if we've been doing a 95% challenge. So every month now we have any homerooms that have 95% attendance. She'll come to me and say, hey, will you make popcorn or for the class, or the one time we did ice cream sandwiches for the class, or any class that got 95%. And Miss Allville's whole class for last week was 100% attendance. So, it's just kind of crazy. They'll do little crazy things for popcorn and
Yeah.
for ice cream.
Who knew, right?
Above and beyond her normal monthly incentive. So she has a lot of different things she does. The chronically absent, she fights that all the time. I'm fighting it with her this year, and we've tried to come up with some different ways to do this. Seems like giving kids jobs is kind of a way to get them to come to school. We actually have a garden out back now that she has put in. But kids actually have jobs where they have to be there every day to water the flowers. They have to be there every day to rake the mulch. They have to be there every day to do certain things. So she has noticed that there are a few kids that's important to them. I'm not saying that the school's not important, but it's important for them to come to
do
school
their
to do their job. So, and she kind of does that. And then she has her lunch bunch that she has. So she does a lot of different things to try to encourage incentives to get kids to come to school. But overall, we're in 92, 93, probably 93% overall for the whole year, and I think that's pretty good. Especially in today's day and era where it's just kind of parents don't just take a day off school. It doesn't really matter. It's not like back in the day. It's like you don't miss school. Now it's just like you can have today off and go watch the ball game in the tournament. You can have today off and go do this. Back in the day, that was not going to happen. But
The kids seem to think they deserve the birthdays.
yeah, birthdays and
That's what's fun on.
so yeah. So anyhow, I'm pretty pleased with our overall attendance.
How many students do you have this year, Mr. McGregor?
320.
What's your largest class?
118. That's our fourth grade. We're going to be fifth grade. That's what's going to be our problem next year. Fifth grade. But Dr. Raymond knows all about that, so I think we're going to be okay there.
Have to switch teachers around.
Yeah, gonna have to give them some extra help.
The Marshall walkthroughs, I didn't give you a printout of this, but I did. I have a list of all the ones that I've done. I did 40 of them here, and then Ms. Newmont has her schedule what she does. I probably do 100, 150 walkthroughs. I'm in classrooms all day long. I'm just that person that just, I walk around.
How's that different from Dr. Piercy's walkthrough? Is it the same general?
The Piercy's, this one's much shorter and kind of to the point. You're basically going in and determining, are they learning? How can you tell is essentially what you're looking for. So
Mine, it's pretty simple too now because I can go in if they have their objectives or what they're doing for the day. I can actually pull my phone out and I can actually take a picture of the whiteboard and then I upload it to this. So when it says, "What did you see?" You can
Reminder of what you
pull it
got.
up and you can read the objectives for the day and their lesson of the day.
Do you meet with them every time after the walkthrough or?
They follow up with a note or an email comment, letting them know they were
I
there.
usually talk to them. I'm just-
That's better, yeah.
Yeah, I usually just talk to them. They're kind of used to it now. If I see something sometimes I might take a kid with me when I leave the room because it's a distraction or a problem or something going on like that.
Do the teachers, do any of the teachers ever contact you with some kind of a signal to say, hey, drop in?
Yeah, they actually have my phone and I'll have, sometimes they'll text me, can you please stop by room 36? And
See
I'll
such
walk
and
down.
such and, okay,
Yeah.
that's good.
Or I'll walk in. They usually don't tell me why. They just say, can you come visit? And I'll walk down and they'll be like, so-and-so's having an
It
issue.
is.
Okay.
We can take care of that pretty quickly. But yeah, that's funny that you asked, but yeah, we do communicate that way. They don't yell for it on the radio. They'll usually send me a text.
No, I mean, to me, that's important, that they're able to do that when they need you, to let you know, come in.
Very much. And that's one of the reasons I like to be present, because a lot of times being in the hallways or being up and down each hallway, I'm very accessible and the kids see me.
Invisible.
And yeah, and then I think I solve a lot of problems before they actually land in the office because they're like, hey, Mr. Rick, while you're here, can you
Do this.
makes my life easier too. I'd rather solve it on the fly than I would just have a bunch of them standing at the
Well,
office
it
table.
definitely makes the teachers' lives easier, having you available like that.
100%. 100%. Child nutrition, we haven't had any issues really. Our breakfast program, she's evaluated several times. It's running very smooth and very well. She likes it. Our numbers are good. Our lunch numbers are good. I mean, I know it's a reimbursement count. Usually if we're doing bad, we hear about it, but so I'm assuming we haven't heard anything. So, and our last report with her was pretty good. So, I talk to Penny every day. That's probably where I go first when I get to school. I come through and talk to Penny and the cooks and see them, and they haven't. There hasn't been nearly the complaints about the menu that we've had in past years, where we're serving the same thing all the time, and the kids are throwing it away. It seems to be
Good. That's
on
good
our
to hear.
end, from what I'm getting from Penny.
Is there any one thing that they are rejecting this year that you're
Uh-huh.
aware of?
No, I really can't tell you one thing that they don't.
That's good if there's not one that's
Nothing
chronically
jumps out of my
complained
mind.
about.
Mm.
Okay.
Not at all. Our parent involvement, compared to when I was at the high school, compared to where I am now, parent involvement is pretty good, I think. I mean, we do a lot more at the elementary level, and you seem to get more people involved. Even in your LSIC meetings and things like that, the parent involvement always seems to be pretty good. And we just got our parent surveys back. I just forwarded those to you.
I just pulled them up. Yeah. Yeah, they're
Actually,
good.
I sent the lady an email. I said I couldn't find them because I got an email saying that our surveys were back. And I sent it back. I said there was nothing
Where are
attached.
they?
She said it wasn't attached to this. It was attached to a different email. So I went into my junk and I found it in my junk.
Oh, okay. We'll have to
So
make
that's
sure
why
everybody
I
else knows
wasn't
that.
Seeing it, but
Yeah.
From something we had in our board packet this time, are your parents involved or engaged?
Yes.
probably both.
Well, that's good.
Probably both.
That's good, and I'm being facetious, and if you.
I know. I think that.
Or audifying, yeah.
That word's
Yeah.
crazy too, but there's,
That just sticks
I don't
out.
understand the states, and of course, next time you get auto is probably 3 years from now or so.
It could be back
They'll-
for the
they'll
other.
switch- They'll switch it back. It'll be the wrong one again. So it's, yeah, that's funny, but yeah. I got a couple good parents that kids are finally out of our school this year and going to middle school next year. So we're gonna probably be looking for some parents to come on board that are, Morgan's been involved with our school for a long time with Darren, Margot, and
Yeah.
got a couple parents like that are gonna be moving on. So we're gonna be looking for some parents that are gonna stay engaged with our school, but I think we can do that. But it's good, father-daughter dances, we do movie nights, we do Title I events with Amy, and we do math nights, we do different things.
You guys have had some lunch and learns
We've
too?
done some lunch and learns, and we're gonna do another one.
Okay.
we were throwing around the idea of doing a
They
breakfast.
were talking about a breakfast.
That was
but-
stressing Amy out pretty much for a breakfast. That might be a next year's event, for where we can pull that off. But
Do you think that, this is a community involvement piece, but I've had some complaints and concerns from parents, and I'm just not exactly sure who to direct this to, but you guys might know. Little League games during testing time. I've had concerns about Little League scheduling evening, like 7:30, 8:30 games for kids who are going to be taking the GSA the next day. And I don't know if you know, have a connection to Little League baseball and softball, or if you could reach out. I know years ago, I used to send a letter down to the board,
Yeah.
but I don't know if they just stopped paying attention to that maybe, or maybe they don't know in their defense. They just might not realize when they do those schedules, but just asking if they would either move those games earlier or consider delaying them during testing
who's
week.
doing baseball now?
I don't-
Is it still Jared Funk and that bunch? or-
I don't know. Somebody mentioned, is it Travis Sites or Travis or Sites? It was the Sites, but I don't,
I mean,
I don't-
Little League, the basketball and everything.
Trevor
like that.
Sites, Trevor Sites.
Oh,
Thank you,
Trevor.
Mr. Hines.
Okay, well, I know Trevor.
Would you maybe reach out and ask if he'd
Yeah.
consider that? Because that makes it really hard on those
Yeah,
kids when
Trevor's at
they,
one of my schools, so yeah.
they'll be playing till 9:30, 10 and then not getting
Well,
home,
that's
getting in
my
bed.
problem. I don't mind the 7:30 game, but that needs to be the last game and they need to go
Yeah.
with their time limit where it's over at, 8:45 and they're home.
Yeah, they need to get them
But
home
now
in
they'll
bed.
start a game at 8:30 and usually the last game, they play the whole game. And I've been down there before where it's 10:30 and they're still.
Right. That's hard for
Some of those
kids.
games- Some of those games never end,
Well,
Yeah.
plus
They
they
have
have
pictures of
homework
guys
and
that-
stuff.
Yeah, and by the time you get home, if you could live 20 minutes away and then you haven't eaten and then you have to take a shower and then you got to get them in bed and it's 11 o'clock and they've got a test the next day. It starts at 8. So I'd appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you.
If it was basketball, Drake and those guys are, they're.
Yeah, easy to
I work
reach out with. But yeah, if they would do that, that would be great.
Transportation, I don't have anything there. I'm always very supportive of bus drivers, so usually when they bring me incidents, I don't question it, and Iran has been great. I just asked her for film the other day, just to clarify, a parent that called and complained that their kid never does anything wrong, and I said, I wanted to see the camera, and she sent it to me, so.
Good deal.
Very helpful, and she's very, very quick at it. I don't know the process that she does to go get me the clips and send them to me, but goes well. Our buses load well, they, I don't have any problems in the mornings with them coming. So they don't unload early or anything like that, so it's all pretty smooth. Our school audit went well. We haven't had one for this year, so this is last year's information. I'm still assuming we're getting one at some point in time here in the month of May. We haven't had a.
Yeah. Whenever they get here.
Our surveys, we did get them back. I was pretty happy with them. I gave you a copy of we've never had a leader in me one done. So this is my first leader in me survey that I've seen. And actually, Elizabeth's coming in Friday to do a session with us and our leadership team. And this will be one of our topics, but I was pretty pleased with the results. Anything that's 70 or above was considered very good. So our leadership was 73 overall. Staff leadership, our student leadership was 78, which I was really happy with because that's what it's all geared toward anyhow. So that's our kids having
So
leadership
who's coming in
responsibilities.
to do your training?
Alicia Lett, she's our.
Is she one of the people from Frankie's? How's she doing?
Mhm. Yeah, she's our main person in contact. She's
Short hair, short, that's Alicia.
Mhm.
She's good.
Yeah.
I thought that's who you meant, but I wasn't sure.
So, yeah, I thought our results were pretty good. I'm sure she'll have, some stuff for us to talk about on Friday, looking at the results and how we can even get them to be better.
Mhm.
As you can see, family and community engagement, it's almost at 70, which I was pretty happy with. A lot of times that one's in the tank. That's a hard number to achieve. Because normally you have the same parents, but again, at Northwood Intermediate, it's different. We do provide a lot of opportunities for parents to be engaged and to get involved with what's going on in school. And I think we're always trying to come up with different ways The lunch and learns, I think they're gonna get popular for us. The thing is, we get more people, more want to come in to eat than want to stay for the learning part. So we usually get 60 or so parents that come in and probably 20 that stay for the actual learning part. So hopefully we can, maybe we do the breakfast.
Do the training first.
Well, we're playing with ways to do that. The problem
While they're
is-
eating.
The problem is trying to make sure we have the staff available at the time. to do
Definitely.
Yeah, the
juggle-
coverage to
juggle
make it all
them
happen.
To make it all happen.
Yeah.
Is there any way, I don't want to speak for anybody else, but that I could volunteer to come in and help in any position while you're doing that? If you need, I know I can't volunteer to sub. But is there any way that I could volunteer to be of any help in any way?
I'll let Miss Amy Barr know that.
She's the one.
She's the expert on that, but yeah.
Okay, I mean, I'll make myself available for that because I really believe in this program.
Good. Thank you for that.
You're welcome.
Our parent survey came back, for the school climate survey. I mean, I haven't seen anything that's jumping out that's alarming. Treating all kids with respect, 70% agree, 30% strongly agree. So that's your 100%.
Academic, I think it was academic focus was 100% for
So-
academic standards.
I guess you.
Sets high
you'll-
standards for academic performance.
You'll forward all these out to.
Yeah, so what I do is when I get them all in, I usually put them in a binder together and then I'll make sure they get all of them at the same time so they can take a gander at them. But yeah, we always share them.
So I looked at these quickly this morning, and then I looked at the staff one, it's good, and I didn't see anything alarming that jumped out to me right off the bat. I'm pretty pleased with that. The teachers are coming back to work. I don't have anybody wanting to jump ship, look for different jobs. So that's always been a pretty good sign to me that teachers want to be in the building and want to teach. The one thing I am battling, it's not a battle, but I'm trying to, my school, my teachers work very good in teams. So third grade team strong, fourth grade team strong, fifth grade team strong, but I got to get them to blend. So we're gonna try to do some blending next year to where we can make some things happen. I know the third grade's actually going down. We already had a first meeting with second grade, so they're blending with second grade right now. So
That's a great thing.
that was a pretty eye-opening experience. Wade and I both sat in on that first meeting that we did. And I think they both saw why they needed to meet. And so I'm gonna try to do that with third, fourth, and fifth,
I think that's really key collaboration
so
there.
they can understand. Sometimes I think it becomes a competition between them, and I don't want it to be a competition between third and fourth,
Right.
and fourth and fifth, and third. If fifth grade gets great test scores, I want third grade to be happy for them and say, hey,
We contributed to that.
Yeah.
Yeah, we should all contribute.
see
It's a snowball.
how they contributed to that. And if their test scores weren't back, maybe is there something that they're doing differently?
Mhm.
So that's the angle I gotta take now.
Do you have a problem finding time for the teams to meet
Yeah, that's,
in
that's,
order for this to happen?
that's the whole issue I don't have. There is no common time for third to meet with fourth or fourth to meet with fifth. It would have to be a half day, an off day. It would have to be a
And
day.
something else is already scheduled.
Yes, but we're working on that. So those are things that
Because if they-
future plans will allow for some of this.
Sharing ideas, team to team, and
Yeah.
setting
Um,
common
So,
goals, team to team.
so you're saying with what you're talking about and the training that you went to, that they were expressing that it was very important that you go to their previous teacher and see how the students were doing and where they were so that they can transition forward? Is that?
Yeah, absolutely. And then it's very important for the second grade teachers to understand the responsibilities or the expectations that they have when they hit third grade. Because the third grade Success Act is coming. It's going to be, it's huge. And I think it was an eye-opening experience to the second grade when the third grade showed them actual sample of the test that our students take at the end of the year. And it was kind of eye-opening experience for them as it was, I think, for you, the first time you experienced it.
So this is.
They were like, wow, so they realized,
Teachers meet with the second grade teachers.
Mhm.
Okay,
and they quickly realized in second grade vocabulary was huge. So they were gonna stress vocabulary from the time we met earlier up through this point. So, just learning certain words for, product,
Mhm.
some, or.
sure.
It's not always just add these numbers together. They
Well,
say it in different ways on the test, so
That's the key,
they have to
yeah.
understand how to pick out those words and what they mean. So that was big. And it's simple, it seems simple, but it's just something that
Not that, yeah.
they need to talk about.
Mhm.
Hopefully we can break through there a little bit.
Sometimes we assume too much,
Well,
assume that, things that are familiar and we know that these kids should automatically know, and they don't because they haven't been exposed yet. And, we,
and I think there's also that gap of communication. They're like, why do we need to meet with them? Why should second grade meet with third grade? Are they gonna tell us what to do? It wasn't to tell you what to do. It's just like, this is where we are. And they say, this is where we are. We brought our iReady data and flashed it up on the board and showed them what our data looked like. They showed us what theirs looked like. And I think they found it was a really good meeting. It wasn't.
I'm glad to hear that you are doing that because I've suggested they do that or something similar for quite a while because it seems like they never get through the books. And, then who knows where they are?
well, and also we go visit a third grade teacher and we hear, what in the world do they do, these kids in second grade? Because they're coming to us and they can't do this and this and this and this. And that goes up the line.
It does, and it was good for the third grade too, because the third grade sees the second grade responsibilities and they understand why they are coming without this, this, and this, and this, because that's not the expectation of second grade. So there are gaps. There are gaps. There's gaps in the whole game.
Yeah, like I said, it
For us
goes
to
up the
get
line.
together and talk about those gaps, or they can be helpful.
Communication is really important when you have stuff like that that
Yeah,
needs
it
addressed.
is.
And you guys are doing it really positively, where
Yeah,
everybody's just working
that's-
together. So that's
why
key.
Wade and I stayed, because we just
Yeah.
want to make sure that it wasn't positive. It wasn't like, you guys need to do this and you're not doing this. That's
Yeah.
not what we're
Because
trying to do.
you have a great group of teachers there, and if they can just talk about it, they can make
But I
make
have
a
to
big
do that
difference.
up the ladder too.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Exactly.
third, fourth, fifth, fifth.
It's a work in progress, believe me.
And it's a shame that it's taken how many centuries for this concept to be recognized? That this one needs to know what's expected and, and what this one has really done.
It's different when you're in separate buildings. I think it makes it harder because it used to be you could just walk down the hall, Morph Elementary, when it was
Yeah, you have-
pre-K 6. You just talk to each other casually about stuff all the time. And then when you separate by physical buildings, it makes it seem like they're responsible for their stuff, you're responsible for your stuff. And so you got to do it purposefully, I
And
guess
at
is what I'm
our
saying.
level, it's easier at the high school level because I can give a common planning to all. I can put all the science teachers on planning together. So you have science teachers from every grade level that can talk about science. Or same thing with math, you can get all your math teachers on planning together. But at the level we're at now, whatever I have the specialists is
Yeah.
when they get to planning.
Yeah.
So they don't get a chance to. I'd love to have, Sharon Allville and Holly Howard and probably Miss Weeks together to talk about math
Yeah.
once a week.
Yeah.
For a team plan or something like that, but we're gonna figure out something. We'll wait and see what this year's results say, and that'll help us even move further, I think. Our building is super clean. Brag about the cleanliness of our building all the time.
Who are your custodians?
Right now I have Eddie Lambert, he's the new guy, and then, of course, Miss Heidi. So,
And is she, look at that, did I read something? Is she's not retired?
Heidi?
No? Okay.
That's right now.
Max like, what? No, I don't think, not that I'm familiar
You're
with.
just told now.
I was just talking to her about the summer schedule this morning, so I hope
Okay,
not.
I don't
We
know.
were planning now, she was trying
Somebody's
to tell me
ringing.
what week I had to take off this summer so she could pick me out of the
Your
office.
office.
She was telling me when I'm going on vacation. So. I need you to be out this week. I said, okay, Heidi, I won't be in. Kick me out. That's pretty much my report.
Thanks, Mr. McGregor.
I'd be happy to entertain anything, questions that you have about more for the school or our staff or kids, parents.
So you're,
I will say discipline, I brought a discipline chart.
That's what I
Um,
was thinking, what is this problem?
Well, I love Morpheus Intermediate School as far as that goes. I mean, a lot of them are. But this year, our numbers are probably gonna look like they're inflated, but we had 2 students that came up from 2nd grade to 3rd grade that were very challenging at the beginning of the year, and we did keep pretty good records of what was going on and what was happening. But those 2 kids have gone leaps and bounds with parent communication, getting them to the doctor, getting them evaluated, getting them medicated, things of that nature, getting them some noise canceling headphones and things of that nature. And they have, I'm really changing myself right now, but since probably before Christmas, they've really been doing super. So
That's great.
those numbers have dropped tremendously since probably that time.
Good.
But when you look at some of these numbers for disruptive event counts, there were probably 2 students that were
Okay, that was gonna be my
just
question.
being
You have
documented.
a handful who give
Yeah.
you the most.
But we really worked through those problems, which I was very, very pleased, very pleased. The one was very questionable. I was very, very happy with the outcome, still am. Because I think he was actually a virtual student. He actually went virtual at one point in time and came back. And
Has he built a
Successful.
relationship with someone that has made the difference?
well, he's got a good teacher. I don't know how
That's
much I can
good.
say, but he's got a really good teacher right now, and the ECAT in that room is very good. And, yeah, relationships help a
Okay,
bunch. In both their circumstances, relationships have helped.
that's important.
Mhm.
And one of them was the service person of the year.
Oh, yeah.
So when I said that about her,
Yeah,
that
that's
I
good.
had some challenging experiences. But
thank you,
overall, discipline, I think it's nothing like I've used to in the past. I haven't had to be in this room for a special event for quite some time. I used
You
to
can
kinda
come
be a
visit if you
regular,
forget, if you miss them
Be
next week,
regular.
or this week.
Yeah.
We're having a few of those special meetings this week
Stop
if you,
in and visit.
if you want to stop by for old time's sake.
It's much different. It's much different. Anything else? Anything else? Thank you.
You seem like you're really enjoying being at MIS now.
I do. I enjoy the age group. I'm working on the staff thing. Dr. Grammy and I have talked about that a little bit, but I've got a few ideas that I'm trying. But, yeah, school, you couldn't ask for a better school. It's laid out perfectly. It's in a good spot. It's in a good spot.
That's
so
good.
you were a high school teacher at Petersburg, and you were at the middle school, into the high school.
I started out the elementary school here. I was the crops assistant.
Okay, I didn't realize that. It is, it's, people don't realize how much a high school principal has to put up with.
I've said it for, well, ever since I left that job, that is the most challenging position there is other than yours. I said it, I've told Ms. Webster that, I've told everybody that, the high school
I'm sure
principal, the high
that's
school
true.
principal job is the most challenging other than superintendent.
Dr. Ray Mears deals
I'll
more
go
with
with
personnel
pre-K.
More people.
problems, whereas
But the high school
the high
doesn't,
school principal has it all.
the high school
Yeah.
doesn't
Yeah,
sleep.
it's a hard job.
You know, like for me,
It really doesn't.
at 3:30, 4 o'clock, my school's going to bed. It's sleep. Nobody's there except for maybe a little league team that practices. Everybody else is gone. It's empty. And at the
High school should start.
Yeah.
they're
Just
just
getting
ready to-
rolling.
Yeah, it's just starting.
Yeah.
And you have the responsibility of students out at midnight, kids on the bus, kids driving home after they get off the bus at midnight.
Yeah, that always makes you
They
hold your
don't
breath.
understand that that's the responsibility of the principal.
Yeah, right.
Till they get home.
It's a great job.
And kids will be
Great job. I
kids,
miss
you
the
know.
time. Every time I miss the athletics, I'm on the I do miss the athletics. But I don't miss the college and the VOTEC and the kids leaving at noon and the kids coming back and the traveling.
Keeping track
Did you
of.
know my child left your building at noon? I said, yeah, I did know that he left the building, but still my responsibility.
His 18. So
It's stressful.
Stressful.
It's a very stressful position. It's fun.
They can't
if you had it
control
to
them, but
do
they
all over
expect you
again,
to.
start at the intermediate level.
Honestly, if I had to do it again, I don't know if I would do it. I've had the pleasure of being at all of them and seeing how it works. Being the principal, if I was gonna be a teacher, I would never teach at the elementary level. After, I taught at the secondary level. I couldn't do what they did. It's a whole different animal until you live it, evaluate it, watch it every day. It was a very, very stressful day. Elementary
First and second
teachers.
grade teachers should be the highest paid teachers. They have the most responsibility.
Second?
First and second.
First and
First and second. 'Cause
Let's
those
go
are-
pre-K.
if you don't get up then, by the time they get to high school, they're pretty well regimented, and you're subject oriented anyway. That's the biggest thing I saw between elementary teachers. Elementary teachers had duties all the time. High school teachers had lunch every 6 weeks and they bitched about that. Because they were content oriented, high school teachers. They're not,
But any level of teaching nowadays is very, very difficult.
Yeah, for sure.
The expectations, parent expectations have changed. I mean, there's not, I don't know, they just go, the accountability, the responsibility is
The
not,
attitudes.
it's all been pushed. I mean,
the teacher.
back in our day, the teacher was if you got a phone call from the teacher,
Oh, yeah.
it was double trouble when you got home.
Yeah.
Now it's.
What did that teacher do to you?
Yeah.
Okay.
Or if you can get them to answer when you do call.
I had a parent actually question me because I told her that I believed my teacher. She's like, "You believe what your teachers tell you?" I mean, she questioned me that.
Like you were
And
crazy
then
for
she called
doing
my
so.
assistant principal and asked her the same thing, and she didn't know I was standing there listening to the conversation. And she was like, "Well, Mr. McGregor believes the teacher. What do you think?" I'm like, the teachers don't wake up in the morning to come in and tell lies about your child. I mean, they just don't.
No.
It's a pain in their butt to write up a report and send it to me as a discipline. They'd rather just not even have never
Yeah.
and just move on with the day. But I don't know. It's just a different world that we live in today.
Yes, indeed.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you
McGregor.
very
welcome.
much.
Appreciate it. We enjoyed our visit to your school too, by the way. We really
Things
enjoyed
going
those.
on.
Glad everything's working out and you're enjoying it.
Yeah, third graders, you think we get packed around it.
Oh. Well, let's just look at it this way. Even on our a phenomenal day of testing, just say we get 50% kids pass the math and 50% pass the reading. That would be off the chart numbers. So that means 50% don't pass.
But they can opt out of that, can't they?
They really can.
No, I can give a waiver, special ed, EL, depending, but special ed has to qualify, like if it's math, they have to be special ed in math. Or if it's reading, they have to be special ed in reading. And then there are certain waivers that I can grant, but it's not just like a parent can say,
I don't know,
We
John.
I don't wanna
have-
retain.
we won't have very many special
They'll
ed.
probably
Kids
pull them out and
don't-
homeschool them.
Big third grade class.
They're not.
None of our
And
kids come from
say
Oklahoma
that they
State
did
have special ed.
third grade in 3 months and bring them back.
We usually have 5 in the third grade level.
Yeah, it'll be an interesting experience for all of us.
I think it'll quickly change.
I don't see
I
those
think when they
I
start
think
seeing,
they're gonna see the numbers are gonna be,
astronomical.
because, I mean, the numbers across the state are never 50%.
Right.
They're never, we're always, like, the top number for math might be 46 or 48%.
well, these rules were made by politicians,
And
right?
Sharon had the best scores I've seen in a long, long time, at 51%. That means.
Yeah,
she was
51
doing
for
that third
Christian
grade level,
above.
49% of those kids will come back. So, yeah, 100 kids, 49 of them will make it. That's just not.
That's more than two classes. More than 12.
Runs into a personnel issue then because you have to riff and
Even if
move
it's
and,
10, it doesn't need to be a whole class of 49.
right,
10 kids is gonna be a problem.
right.
Exactly.
Because if I have 10 kids retained, I'm gonna have to move a teacher down a grade level or up
Yeah.
a grade level. Or come down and say, hey,
A lot
we
of
need an
those
extra
kids are
teacher
gonna be-
for this grade level.
There's gonna be attendance, or there's gonna be discipline problems too. I'm afraid.
Mhm.
But you're gonna have to repeat. I mean,
Because you're
I
doing
know
the
they're
same thing you
young,
did
but
the year
still,
before,
they still
yeah.
impact their behavior. You know, if you have to do the same stuff over again. You know, I did this last year.
I don't know, I'm really,
They bit off more than they can chew there.
We're about to find out.
have they ever come down with anything about when they're gonna test them the second time?
No.
That's what we're so curious on.
I know,
They
that's
take the
why
test first
We've been
time.
waiting on a policy because we had to wait for the state to finish all of their stuff.
That's what everybody
We're gonna put our
does.
policy through in May and just say the state's assessment, but,
Because, you know, I already doesn't count, so it's.
right, it'll be the state provided assessment to give them a chance to test again.
No, I'm really good at counting, but I need to
It's
use
gonna have to occur pretty quick.
I need to.
Wow.
Test in May.
We're getting there.
So, go ahead.
Well, it's, and then with all this homeschool or with the Hope Scholarship, what, 20,000 applicants or
Mhm.
I just signed them.
Yeah, so they might decide they're gonna take advantage of that option through
we're
third
gonna
grade year if they have to
a whole
repeat it.
generation of below intellectual value,
So they can do the all-star games and all that.
you know, we're,
It'll be interesting to see what ends up happening. I kind of think that maybe they'll make some changes.
Yeah, it wouldn't.
You have one legislator whose grandkid, nephew gets retained. It'll change perspective. Because I'm still not a fan of, I'm not a fan of retention. I don't think that solves the problem. I think they need intervention and support and what they need,
Well,
but holding them back a year.
it's about they'll beat it into them.
Yeah.
And that, if they don't have the comprehension and the skills, you know.
Yeah, doing the same thing twice isn't gonna make a difference, but
Now, if they're, if it's
Make sure you tell him I did.
out of.
Well, yeah.
we'll tell him. We'll tell him. You just took your PowerPoint with you. Yeah. Thank you, Mr. McGregor.
Bye now.
Just a reminder to you guys, this is continuous feed. I'm just running the bathroom again.
But it definitely is high school function. Because my dad will be going to the elementary school. But it is, you know, because you have like dances. You know.
Always something
Always
wrong.
something,
Yeah. Well, there's
You
just,
never relax, and even on weekends, you have ball games, you have practice, you know, you have banquets and stuff. I mean, to me, like I said, a high school principal, when you talk about days, they should be 361. They should get a paid vacation, just like everyone in here. But I never proposed that to them now. No. And I always said with bar rules, elementary, middle school principals should be 210 and 220. They don't need that 240.
anybody else want
Element,
40?
yeah, they
I
don't.
don't know. I'm not
Oh,
afraid.
you
When you're not-
people,
You don't have. too much.
killing me.
You don't have-
It's hot in here.
Yeah.
Because I know when I was principal at
Is she saying she's?
Warrensville, I ran out of things to
Man, turn
do.
that sucker up, I'm cold.
That's good. I'll take the trash.
Oh. You like
Come on,
that?
I'm cold too, but except for my coat.
You're I know, just put your coat on. It's here. I am going, whoo, I think it's hot in here.
Yeah, hot flashes?
Yes,
Okay.
It's your age, Lydia.
it's my age.
I had those when they gave me my hormone shots, I had those.
I have hormones too.
Yours are natural.
I
Mine
have
was,
them coming in me unnaturally now.
oh, okay.
And then,
When my dad had,
Prostate stuff.
yeah, and, he had testicular cancer and you know, they gave him shots
Chemical
and stuff.
castration?
And he would just shiver.
It is.
He would just shiver. It was awful.
Oh,
Still on there? Okay.
apparently we are still in there. I'm glad to know that I am sharing my health concerns publicly.
Well, I don't think that,
It is in my age.
absolutely, you know. Unfortunately, most women go through that, so.
Yes, we do.
And we can tell when it's happened to you because you get red all over
All right.
your face, yeah.
Oh, yeah, no, I won't be there.
It's a phase
Yeah.
that you're just not
Yeah.
prepared for.
Mr. Stutler? Thank you,
Yeah.
sir.
One,
Hello, hello.
Thanks, sir.
you're welcome.
But on these, and was tickled pink, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Thank
You gonna take over?
No,
Hey, go ahead.
no.
I don't mind at all.
Thank you much.
Oh, I'll break the, thank you.
Oh,
Oh, he was talking about turkey hunting.
Oh, okay. Nathan does.
Doddridge and Lincoln. Doddridge lost 2 games, but they don't play the real,
Lincoln surprised me. That's pretty good. Yeah, that's a good team.
I was just saying, they're not very competitive.
We're just waiting on Giant.
Yeah, they're good. You know, Central good.
But they beat you by roughly.
Williams sounds good this year.
Yeah.
Start looking,
Doddridge was.
taking notes and scribbling it down,
Of course,
but
Billy
I can wait.
But it's simply no way in baseball, right? I haven't seen the record. I don't think it was dominant, because they were baseball, their basketball team could probably beat anybody.
Yeah, that was good.
That one kid that he scored plays WU, he had 41 points in the championship game, did he?
Now, that kid's going to Liberty.
Okay.
They're 6'8" kids going to WV.
WU, okay, he's not the brother,
The Polish kid.
okay. The other brother, that one more that's going to Liberty, he's a sophomore, right?
Okay. Now you want to sweep that?
Is he, would he be as talented as the other one? Too early to tell.
All right, Mr. Stutler, it's all yours.
All right. I just went down the list. And the first thing I had on there was, just the grades, GPA. So you can see 3.0 to 4.0, how many we've had each 9 weeks. And it actually went up from the second 9 weeks to the third 9 weeks, which is good. We haven't seen that trend too much, in the past years. Usually it kind of trickles down a little bit, but you can see that the third 9 weeks, our kids did a really good job. And then a 3.5 to 4.0. And, you know, you can see in 6th and 7th grade, it actually went up 1 and then 4, and only went down 2 in 8th grade. So, grade wise, I think this is probably one of our better years. We'll see if that translates on the state test, but, you know, so far it's looking good.
How many students do you have?
311. Then on the next page, I just have the benchmark comparison year by year. So you guys can kind of look at it and get a gauge on where we're at. As far as comparing where they were last year, I think we're pretty on pace to do as well or better in most of the subjects. Science, we went down a little bit, and we were kind of in between teachers. Now we have a solid certified teacher, so, you know, I'm expecting that to go up.
Who's your science teacher?
Quincy Combs.
Okay. I will say, I sat in on his class the one day when I was impressed.
Oh, yeah, he does a good job.
I was impressed.
He does. And I put at the bottom just things that we're trying to do to remediate and to get our scores higher. So we do iReady, we do reading and math, the individual paths. We do Alex Math, which is similar, Writable, which we've been doing that the second half of the year. We have the after school program, the WVTSS. We got a math interventionist, does an excellent job. CIS worker, parent communication, parent teacher conference, myself and Mr. Kincaid will pull out kids that need help. He helps them with math. He's a good math person. Then I just put on there our school rank among middle schools the last 4 years.
Statewide.
Yeah. So last year we were 39th, year before 34, 30, and 32 out of 169.
So we're going up.
Top 25%.
So I think that's pretty good.
No,
Going down.
going down.
Not that much.
No, I mean, that's, if you look at any school around here, they're like.
We're still in the top
closest
25%.
one's Probably 80. So, yeah,
Top quarter in the state's pretty good.
yeah, there's no school around that's close. On the next page is just some iReady data. The first one shows, how much per week. And that's the time they're spending that's quality, time on task. So usually, sometimes they may be on it and it's not quality time. So we like to look at that and see what we need to do to improve and how we can get them on there, time on task up. And then the next page just shows the improvement throughout the year. Just shows the improvement that they've made throughout the year. Which we're pretty much on path with the state benchmark.
So back to the iReady.
Yes,
The class periods are 45 minutes?
yes. So you can see, usually we do it, 20 minutes at a time, reading and then math. So you can see 60% of our kids are 10 to 29 minutes time on task. So they may, in reading and math, so that'd be about 40 minutes. So we'll use, our last period of the day usually, and they'll do 20 minutes of math, 20 minutes of reading. So 60% of our kids are getting that. 13 are getting more. 3% are getting 50 minutes or more.
Are they choosing, do the kids choose how long they stay on, or does the teacher assign?
The teacher will assign,
Okay.
usually it's 20 minutes math, 20 minutes reading.
Okay.
So if you look at those first two pages,
Right.
that's where most of our kids are in that range.
Right,
And some kids may be on it, but not working very well, so that wouldn't count as time on task.
is that why that would be 32 minutes is not on task? Or 32%
Right.
down here,
Right.
32%
Right.
not on task.
In our 8th grade, they have Spanish and band during that time, so they don't get a whole lot of iReady time, so that'd be
Okay,
part of the reason
okay.
why they don't get much time. Yeah, it's I think it's helped. I think it's been a big help with remediation with some students. I mean, we've kind of played with it throughout the year to try to get the kids to take it more serious. So let's say at the beginning of the year, we started out and said, okay, 5 lessons a week. You need to do 5 lessons a week, or you need to complete so much time on iReady. Well, kids they were just on it. They weren't, it wasn't very quality work. So then I think now they went to you got to pass 5 lessons.
Okay,
So
Yeah,
so
but
we've
it's-
kind of played with it throughout the year, and we're getting better results now than we were at the beginning.
definitely.
But it's something it's been helpful.
And you said it's at the last period of the day,
Usually we do it during eighth period, learning skills time.
so are the kids fresh enough to retain it?
Oh, yeah.
Because I would think they starting to be tired knowing, you know,
Well,
that
yeah, and I think that was the battle at the beginning of the year was, okay, they would get on it, but how much effort did they put into it? But now with that attached to it, okay, you have to pass.
so they're giving
they-
it attention.
Yeah, and they can do it at home. They can do it, throughout the day if they have time. So it's not only, if they want to get it done quick, like some kids probably take it home, do it and get it done with. So it's something that, we've had to look at and just rework a little bit. But yeah, it's doing its job now.
Good.
Yep. Alex Math, it's similar. It's just a math program that puts you on your level and you work your way up to mastery. So, the math teachers, Miss Gilbert, Miss Rush, they do that also where they have to pass 9 or 5 a week. So they're getting some remediation, some are getting pushed higher. We got some students who are working on stuff even before they learn it in class.
So you're hoping that the improvement in this will show up on the benchmarks?
Yeah, a lot of counties that have high marks around the state, they do use iReady. So hopefully, it's something that starts kids at their level. So it's things that they should know, and then it lets them work their way up. So hopefully it's progressing them
All right, so
adequately.
you say it starts kids on their level. Do they do a pre-test kind of thing then? That
Yeah, we
puts
take
them on level?
the iReady benchmark.
Okay,
So it will show what level they're on, and then it'll put them on their path. So each student will have a different path.
an individual.
Right.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, it's
That's good.
Getting the
Doing what they're
kids to take-
supposed to.
getting the kids to take it serious is the biggest, issue. If you do, you're gonna see results.
Why don't they take it seriously?
Oh, they're kids.
Nature of
I
the
mean,
beast.
they're kids and they when they have a computer in front of them, they wanna be on YouTube or they wanna be on a game or doing something else. They don't wanna be doing schoolwork.
And they've been tested a lot by the time they get to the middle school. If you think about 3 benchmarks a year, the GSA, and that's not even counting the regular assessments that they do in different classes, we test them a lot. And in the end, if they don't do well on the test, it's not like there's a consequence or, it's just you didn't do well on the test. You might have to do interventions or things like that. But in their mind, there's nothing that
really
really
no
consequence to not do it. Yeah, so they fly through it or they don't want to. It's hard. And a lot of kids, when they get stuff that's hard, they'll just kind of quit and give up earlier. Yeah. So all of those things, I think, are factors that they'll feed into it.
So they need some self-motivation.
Oh, yeah.
Or incentive.
Yeah, and
Motivation.
they do. Their teachers, like I said, they've been working through it. So I know the 8th grade team, probably for the last month, 2 months, everyone who completes successfully the work that they have to do for that week on Friday, that last period, they'll take them outside or take them to the gym. So just to give them a little reward and kind of motivate them to complete their work successfully. So in the 7th grade team, they're doing something similar now also. So like I said, we're working through it and trying to find ways to motivate them. I think right now it's probably the best it's been with using that program. So
What do you think of the program itself?
I think it's good. I
Both
do.
the math and both the already and
Mhm.
the math?
Yeah, the reading and the math. And the Alex, that's a good program too. That's with our textbook, so that's free. But it's a good program too, and it's, like I said, it's all what the student puts into it. If they focus and they work really hard, they're gonna see improvements. So it comes back to the student again.
And it starts where they are.
Mhm.
So
Yep.
that's good.
How
Yeah.
much does the already program cost?
Well then, it costs us, a chunk.
Are we getting a bang for the buck? With the already? Mr. Stuff in the field? I mean, I don't know if you probably do. Don't-
Yeah, I
like,
mean,
we don't know how much it costs.
This year is free,
Oh,
This year, the
the
teacher
the
toolkit,
exact pad.
which is what they're using as these additional
But,
supplements.
yeah,
is
it's-
free. That,
Yeah, it's definitely helpful. And I think that,
so it's worth whatever it's cost.
I think so.
Okay.
And I know we talked about it at the principal meeting, all the principals agreed, they enjoyed it and
Okay.
thought it was
I'll let them in
worthwhile.
on
and
that.
they committed to doing the usage of it already.
Yes.
Okay. My question was, are we getting bang for the buck?
Yeah, I think so. I think we're one of the few counties, this year, we signed with already, but prior to that, I think there were like 6 counties in the state that weren't using it. We were one of them that we were sticking with Renaissance.
They must have known.
Yeah, and they've seen the folks that are using it, I think, are seeing the benefits of it in their test scores, if it's used accurately, which is what we
Well,
talked
The
about.
STAR assessment, it didn't bill.
No, it didn't give them a prescribed individual
Right,
pathway,
and
and that's the
that's-
expensive part, but that's the part that's really important, I think, in
Sure.
the end.
Sure, because that's what every test is based on.
And they let us use that for free this year, so good strategy on their
Oh,
part.
Get us hooked. Yeah.
That's right.
They do it.
Next page is attendance. Our attendance has been better. So our goal this year as a school was 93%. We're at 92.97.
Pretty good, pretty close.
Yeah, it's close and it's been better. You can see throughout the years, we're getting a little better. You know, you can see sixth grade last year was at 92%, and then seventh graders this year, they're at 93.23.
That's great.
So those are the improvements we like to see. Just some things we're doing to try and promote attendance is attendance awards weekly and monthly, perfect attendance. The call system does a good job. 3-week incentive, 6-week incentive, with attendance added in. Our CIS worker works with students and families. And right now, we're in a little competition with Moorfield High School with attendance. You can see we got 5 students with perfect attendance. We got 96 students who have missed 10 to 20 days. Now that's excused and unexcused. So most of these are excused. I just wanted to throw some numbers out there. It's tough. 20 students have missed 20 to 30 days, and then 6 have missed 31 to 40. Like I said, even with the bigger numbers, a lot of them are excused. So just makes it tough, in the classroom and catching up and things like that.
The 6 who have missed 31 to 40, has their past record been the same?
Yeah, and
It's
that's,
not the
some of
same.
it's medical issues and things like that. Like I said, attendance has been better, so that's a good thing. We're getting more kids in school every day. So the half days hurt us, and then like days like Friday, that above ribbon tournament, we were missing like 55 kids because they just
Parents brought them to the
we
buffer.
could watch softball. But those days hurt us. But last week we were really good. We were like 8 kids, 10 kids. Like we were going good until Friday. But
To build in Friday as a reward day,
no, we should.
where you just take them to the Bub Riggleman
Yeah.
tournament if they've met their goals for
Yeah.
the,
Yep. So
especially if it's a
attendance
nice
has been
day.
better. We're gonna strive to get that 93% this year. Just a little bit about CIS. She has 30 students on her caseload. She has 25 students that receive food bags. We do the backpack program where, send food home to students. School culture and morale, I'd say this is one of the better years. Teachers getting along in school culture and staff morale.
What about for discipline?
Discipline's good. I think we're less than last year.
Do you have a few students who are chronically problems for your discipline problems?
Maybe one or two.
Is that all?
Yeah, we truly have three really good groups of kids right now, as far as academics and behaviors. So we're lucky. We're lucky at the middle school right now, but we have three really good groups of kids.
Lord blesses you once in
Yeah.
a while. though.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, but yeah, it's good. You don't find that often where you get three groups in a row.
At the
but-
same time.
And like I said, the behavior, it's not bad. Maybe, one couple, big disciplines. Everything else has been minor, just things
Yeah.
in classroom and things like that.
That is unusual that you have three good, usually you have one sandwiched in between, or sandwiched in between.
Yeah.
Not a good group. That's good.
Yeah,
And they'll be that way through high school and everything too.
Nutrition, any, lunch issues, any problems with kids not, any certain things that kids aren't eating or don't like and always throw away?
man, I think,
Any favorites that they really like?
I think it's been pretty good this year. We usually, our cafeteria manager, she'll usually have me, hey, how many people like this meal? They'll raise their
Oh,
hand.
she actually asked the kids?
Oh, yeah, yeah, because they had a couple things new this year. I forget what the one was, but kids really liked it. But yeah, she'll ask. I'll go around lunch and, talk with kids and see if
So
they.
you can see if there's something that just, a whole lot of them are dumping.
Yeah,
Nothing comes to mind. That's good.
no,
At that age too, especially the seventh, eighth graders, the boys don't eat just about anything on.
Yeah, they will.
Yes, they will.
They're just hungry all the time.
Peanut butter on, aren't they?
Their trays are clean.
Yeah, that's another thing is you can see when the younger kids, like when they're younger in first, second, that changes. Like I said, once they get to high school,
Yeah,
it's even more hard eaters there, They love the
Or just like to eat in general.
young men.
How do you, involve your parents?
The Thrill Share after GF, that's been great. That's what we
Is that
use.
what,
That's what we use to send text messages,
that's how you
Facebook,
communicate?
yeah, voicemails, whatever. That's been good with, just the parent communication part of it.
Do you get much feedback from parents through that?
No, not really. We've had a couple parent nights. The opening night we do is good. And we get a ton of parents for that.
You guys, your athletic program brings parents into the buildings too a lot.
Yeah,
That's when that really hits hard.
we do a Christmas craft night, with parents for that. We bring in some parents then.
Does your school do a book bingo or is that just intermediate school?
No, we've done
Okay.
it. That was usually.
Any kind of meals or anything that you involve your parents in?
They're doing the FFA dinner tonight. There'll be a lot of parents at that dinner.
Yeah, I know they. Okay.
Your robotics program involves a lot of parents too.
That's right, you do have, are they the jackpots also?
Mhm.
So-
Yep.
And they work with the high school kids.
Yep,
They work in the business, don't they?
Yeah.
Are they?
yeah, they use the old home sort of the robotics room is.
The high school kids come up there too? Oh, I didn't,
Yeah.
I wasn't aware of that. Well, I'm glad to see the room being used for
Oh,
something.
yeah, lasers everywhere.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well, that's pretty neat that you have that space.
Yeah,
And
it's-
then
yeah, we're fortunate to have that space because they have a lot of
They have a lot
equipment.
of equipment,
Yes.
and that gives them a safe place to store it where it's in that space.
Teresa's
no
over
idea.
in one.
That's where it was.
Mhm. Yeah, that's right.
Unfortunately,
That was a good
Social emotional,
program.
We have a lot of kids with problems. I know we have a lot of kids with problems. I should be able to ask that question in a better way.
Yeah, the social emotional health of students, it's definitely different than it was 5 years ago, 10 years ago. Students,
Different in that it's more
well,
complex.
students have a hard time handling small problems on their own.
Do you have a lot of Facebook bullying, cyberbullying, that kind of stuff going on? Or
Some, I wouldn't say a lot. There's some where kids will send text messages to each other or Snapchats and, you know,
try to hurt feelings?
we'll bring it, yeah, just be mean to each other and try to get them together and talk it out and do that kind of thing.
Girls, don't, no, I'm gonna record it, but there's a tendency for girls at that level to be kind of mean to each other. That's,
Yeah, middle school's a hard age. I've been there,
yeah,
I've been there for 21 years now at the middle school.
you've been there that long?
I've been there, this is my 21st year at the middle school. And I always said, like, 6th grade, they come in there, all right, 7th grade, they go a little crazy, and 8th grade, they come back on.
Back to normal.
I was there when it first opened, and I always could tell the difference between these same kids as 7th graders and when they came back as 8th graders. It's just like there was a magic
Yeah,
somewhere happening, and they grew up.
yeah.
They grew up a lot.
Yeah, it is, it's a tough age, and, we have the Yale House counselors there, they come, I think they're there 3 times a week now. Our school counselor's busy, I'll have kids in my office,
And your counselor is
Megan Ferris,
Megan, okay.
and then Miss Yoakum.
Are we still on your time? The last category is school cleanliness. How do you approach? What are your plans for approaching the ongoing comments that I hear about the bathrooms?
Well, I mean, it's been a struggle this year because, you know, it's hard to get subs. And I feel like we've had a lot of, days where we didn't have a full staff, especially at the beginning. We didn't have anyone for the nighttime. But, you know,
Are you short a custodian now?
no, we're full staff.
okay.
Yeah. When one takes off, sometimes, most of the time it doesn't get filled.
Okay.
So we've been trying to clean our bathrooms in the cafeteria, they get used the most.
Obviously.
We do it in the morning and then I have them check it after school. So
Okay.
just checking it more often and
Summertime would provide a good opportunity to deep clean them really well, maybe and get a reset on that too.
yeah.
Here's, we're rounding up the end of the year.
I mean, we'll take the
Double
scrubber in
teaming
there
the-
and we'll do that, but I mean, it just looks dingy.
Yeah.
I mean, we
Yeah,
take the
it-
scrubber.
Still think we need to pressure wash
We
them.
made, Liz Balkins made this concoction one time. It was supposed to whiten it up and she did put it on the floor and it was a mess. Didn't whiten it up.
Didn't work.
Caused more of a mess. But, I mean,
Careful what you try.
Can you pressure wash
Yeah.
those bathrooms?
so we'll take the scrubbers, we'll do that stuff to it
I
periodically.
just wondered.
It's just tough. That grout just looks dingy.
Stays.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know what you do unless you.
Maybe you pressure wash them, seriously. I mean, I
Well,
don't
and
know
we've
if that
thought
could,
about that.
I bet you
We
could
have.
take
We-
one in
we
there,
thought about pressure washing
an
it.
electric one, yeah.
Because it does have a drain in
I
there,
was gonna
so,
say,
Yeah.
if you pressure wash
It
it,
does.
it's got a place to go.
yeah, we have thought
Mix some
about
If
cleaner in
it's
that.
not that epoxy grout, it might blow it out, which would be good. It could be regrouted.
Regrout then,
with
yeah, fix
epoxy
it.
grout.
Then it would be white and shiny, wouldn't it?
that. Yeah.
But
Yeah, that's a thought.
The building's starting to show its age, isn't it?
Yeah, the flooring, there's more cracks and stuff like that, but
Well, no,
Overall, I think, especially with the parts that have been painted, they look a lot better.
we were getting that carpet out of the office area.
Oh, yeah, that was
It's
awful.
brightened that
In the
up a little bit,
library.
Cleaned that up a lot.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, there's a lot of people coming into our school, they can't believe it's as old as it is. They think, they think it's like a newer school. Yeah. But yeah, we still need paint down a couple hallways. But overall, and there's some tiles, I know Josh and his crew, they were gonna get to.
Well, I asked about that because after the walkthrough, I noticed a lot of the cracked tiles, and he said it was because of, the building settling and shifting.
They're working on the walkways now with the solar.
Solar panel.
Excited about that.
Yeah, so they've been working on that a little bit. They have the
And out
cement
front.
down. Huh?
What if they're doing stuff out front?
That's gonna be the new entryway.
Yeah,
That
yeah,
won't
I saw
happen
that.
till this
Noticed
coming
that.
summer. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, that'll be
Changes
nice.
coming.
Yeah, good changes.
Right, right.
You might ask those guys, that are there, doing the solar, what's it, Jeff, that's the head of, is it Jeff? That's the head of
Jeff
all-
Alred.
I mean, it's-
See what he would suggest in your bathroom. You know, see if it needs to, all that grout be blasted out and regrouted or what, because that's kind of not fair to you and your school that people complain all the time because it is kind of black looking.
Oh, yeah, no,
And,
I
you
get
know,
it.
it's
Try to redo it.
kinda, it's kind of not fair
Yeah.
and
Yeah,
Well, and it's
Yeah.
how, like.
it is.
yeah, it's
It is.
not.
I
When-
mean, they should be talking about our school for the excellent test scores that we bring every year.
But people coming into a basketball game
Well,
don't
they
know that.
They should be, well, they should know that. We should publicize that.
Well,
Mhm.
true,
We,
true.
we have been,
But they want
we-
clean bathrooms.
we have
too.
been number one in the area for the last 4 years with nobody close. The only schools that have beaten us are like Harpers Ferry or someone like that. Our test scores have been, you know,
So brag, I don't know how you.
I know how. I put, you know how you have,
But put
I
up
bring you guys a sheet every
charts.
year.
Put up
One
charts.
year I had every school around us and nobody was close to us.
you need to take, you know how you have the big banners of the cheerleaders and stuff in the cafeteria? You need to do one just like that, but put Moorfield Middle number
Yeah.
1 out of the following schools and list all the names and put it out
Yeah,
there.
Make it obvious.
Yeah.
That would be a cool
I've
thing to
tried.
do.
I've tried. I don't think the board's recognized us one time. I brought papers in, I've showed you, I told you. I don't think we've had recognition in the last 4 years.
All right.
Well,
that-
we'll-
I think
we'll
that's
certainly
on
take
us.
care of that, yeah.
That's on us.
I've
We'll
put
do
it
that.
on Facebook, I've shared it, LSIC, which is good. I mean, and we actually get students, we've gotten 2 or 3 students from different areas that they know, they see our test scores. So
And
we
they
just,
chose you for that
we just
reason.
got one from another county. So they, you know, we like the academics at your school. We just got one, you know, a couple weeks ago. That's about the second or third time that's happened in a
That's
couple
good.
years. So yeah, that's a positive.
That is positive.
So
Well, we really do need to recognize you and. I
not me,
personally-
it's our teachers. Our teachers
Well,
are good.
it's the whole school,
They
you
do a
know.
good job teaching
And-
students.
Right, but that's on us that we missed that and,
That we've been lax.
but we'll correct it. So, but we do need to do something with your bathrooms. Because like I say, that's not fair. When you can't make them look clean.
Right.
Even when they are clean.
You know, we've tried.
Yeah.
We've attempted.
Might need to be
I mean,
rerouted.
I would like to know what Miss Hoskins' magic formula
I don't know.
was.
I don't know. and I don't-
That's hard to tell.
You don't want, but you don't want to go there again.
I made a mess. I wasn't happy. Wasn't happy with that.
Cocktail.
You made it went from bad to worse.
Yes.
Didn't do any good and left a mess,
Yes.
probably.
Yes,
She tried.
but
Yeah.
yeah, I think things are going well
Well, thank you,
Thanks,
overall.
Mr. Stetler.
Yep.
I appreciate it.
thank you.
Anything else?
Thank you.
Appreciate you.
All right.
Thank you, sir.
Sounds good.
Thank you, sir.
Yep, thank you. Oh,
I have no
Yours.
idea you've been there that long, my goodness.
You taught for,
He taught this.
you've been
Yeah, he hadn't been principal that long. He's been,
principal for how many
Okay,
years?
maybe that's-
how many years? How many years you been principal?
8,
this is-
9?
14? 8?
We all kind of switched at the same time. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, 8.
Yeah.
That'd be right. Thank you,
All
sir.
right, have a good day.
Couple strikes, couple for COVID.
Yeah.
Been through it all.
All the things.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thanks.
You guys want to take a break officially with this? So if you want to, do we motion to start, or do we
have to
officially
make
call
a
the meeting to
motion?
order?
I think we can just pause it. Yeah, we did.
We did? Okay. Okay. We'll put us in a break mode.
That.
Time for lunch is what we'll do. Later.
or give them the choice.
Back from lunch. All right, Mr. Armentrout, you got him after lunch, so good luck.
All right, let's get pumped up here a
Dessert,
little
your
bit.
dessert.
Okay, I'll see.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Just a minute, we'll do that if you want. Talk specifics, if you got any questions. Try to do a comparison in some of those categories so that you can see last year compared to this current year. Kind of give you a trend or something, to really base it on, compare. Yeah. Yeah, definitely.
One question before we start, the Marshall walkthrough,
Mhm.
is that named after the person who?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep. His name's Kim Marshall.
All right, we'll look at a couple of specifics, maybe kind of highlights, and obviously we're looking at enrollment. You can see where we dropped down in preschool from last year to this year, from 4 classes to 3. They actually picked up the 4th class at the Head Start building. So it's not like that's just less students. So we had 4 classes at the elementary school and 1 at Head Start last year. So now it's 3 and 2. So that just shows you the enrollment at the elementary school. So if you have a question about that, that's not a drop in enrollment. Okay. So we've still got basically that 80, right at that 80 number of students this year in preschool. It's just, they're housing 2 of those classrooms. You can look at the rest of them. We do have a K1 or a 1-2 split. And we've got that again this current year, anticipating needing that again next year as well. As you can see, those enrollment numbers are going to be moving through with that large kindergarten class. So that group of 126 is obviously going to keep moving through the system. So we'll probably need that for at least another year, probably 2. And then we'll see what's coming up behind that. The ESL, we have a lot of conversation about ESL. You can see last year in kindergarten, we're 27 out of the 114. This year, there's 32 out of the 126. So the percentage went up just a little bit, but again, it's right at 1 out of every 4 students in the kindergarten classroom here has another language as their primary language. 1 out of every 4 in every classroom. And you can see the total number of students has increased those past 2 years, made a significant jump of 20 students from last year to this year. Mrs. Kreitz and I were looking at the numbers, I think it was last week. Just preliminary, it looks like from the preschool rosters that we currently have, and that 76 does not include preschool. That's just K1, 2. Looking at this year's preschool numbers, there could be around 22 that would be entering into kindergarten next year. And we don't have 22 in the current second grade. So the number is probably going to increase because we're going to put more in than we're actually sending to the intermediate school. So that number of 76, I'm thinking we're going to be like right at 80. We're probably going to break 80.
Which country has the most ESL students?
Well, used to be like obviously Spanish was overwhelming, but now the other languages are starting to catch up with it. Like Haitian Creole, it's a French dialect. That one is really starting to catch up. And it's
Those
almost-
people from Haiti, were they from Haiti?
Yeah, a lot of them are anywhere in South America, like several countries in South America that are coming up. They go to school in Florida, they start in Florida, and then they jump to us. So we get a lot of them that we request school information from school they order. And it's not like one school, obviously. They get to Florida and then they make it to us.
So, okay, so they migrate up the coast,
Correct,
they migrate north.
yes, yeah. And somehow they make it directly from Florida to West Virginia. So that's where we request information. So they will enroll in school in Florida to be in the United States and then they make it
Boom,
right to
they're
us. Yes, and then make
Wow.
it right to us from Florida. That's the majority of them. That's their path for whatever reason. So,
It's interesting.
I wonder how that pipeline
I don't know.
became,
I don't know if there's something directly in the Pilgrims recruiting, because obviously many of their parents work there. That's where they found their jobs. That's the trade. So that's where we stand with that, and we did, I think I mentioned that a little bit later in here. We did get a ESL interventionist. We had them for part of the year, 3 days a week, and then she was able to move to 4 days a week to give those students some support. But currently, obviously, we have one full-time ESL teacher.
just at your school,
Correct.
you don't share her with anyone.
Yes,
Thank God for her.
absolutely.
Does she speak this Haitian Creole,
No,
Spanish?
So she,
Does a great job.
yeah, she uses the earbuds when she needs to.
Okay,
That will interpret any of those languages. And we've talked before, those students they're amazing. They pick it up so quickly.
yeah, they
Just get
do.
immersed in it. So the difficult part, the real strain is the judgment from the ELPA test that the state gives, that all of the students that are ESL have to take that ELPA test. And it shows their language acquisition percentages, and they're just not gonna do well on the test because it's in English. Now, there is a speaking part and there's a writing part, there are 4 sections of it, but our students in kindergarten aren't gonna do very well on that. So the trend that we see is if we get them in kindergarten and then kind of stay through her program and get that intervention, by the time they get to 2nd grade, a lot of them will test out. That's the grade width that we get the most of them. And then, we talked to Ms. Kessler in 3rd grade. She starts to get even more of them. So if they're with us during that whole time, they seem to do well. If we just get them in 2nd grade, and they don't get much intervention and much instruction, they just seem to do poorly all the way throughout. It's
Why
just
why
such a
does the
setback.
state test them when they can't speak English? That doesn't
It's a
even.
federal requirement.
Federal requirement.
The federal-
to see How they're learning English and acquiring it.
So they have to determine if they're progressing in the English language as well as are they progressing in those content areas. So it's a federal requirement.
And they want them to test, get in and get out, acquire and test proficient within 5 years is the timeline that they want it to be federally.
How much funding does federal give us for teachers to make this happen?
Well, none, because we can't use that funding to pay for teachers.
I mean, seriously, if they
We can't use the
require it.
Title III money to pay for our EL teachers. We can
Well, I
pay,
guess that we get some PD money that we Title
We
III
could use for
PD.
PD.
Yeah.
Yes, and this year we're going to use it for Magic School, a big chunk of it to help the teachers and the kids.
Magic School.
It's an AI component that it will do.
It's all education based,
It's all
so it's kind of
education-based.
like Chat GPT, the AI that will help interpret lesson plans. It'll establish lesson plans for the students at specific grade levels and their content.
That English level
And
for
we'll
them.
produce that for the students and teachers to
Okay.
use. So,
In each of the students' native language.
Yeah,
Well, no, yes, but no, they want you to do it in English at their level.
so
So if they have no English, how do you test them?
They test very low.
yeah.
You test them,
On the
You're-
ELPA, they
you're
don't
test-
use a hot.
you're testing them based upon how well they speak English. So
They just
And
won't
that's what
answer.
I'm saying, so if they are non-English speaking.
then they test very, very low. And our goal is to increase those test scores over the years.
Wow,
Yeah, it's
what
it's
an
it's a
unfair
discouraging situation
unfair
for
situation.
teachers, students.
Mhm.
It's very difficult.
What an unrealistic expectation.
Someone that's never been in the classroom or has never really had to deal with them. And they make the laws for this.
Make the regulation.
Yeah, it's like they could, it's like they should pick everything up in 2 or 3 weeks, like one of those Babbel courses or.
And really, once these students get to third grade, they're really counted twice because they have to take the ELPA and they have to take that GSA that every other student in third grade has to take in English. So it really counts against our county twice.
It would be nice if at that point they could take the ELPA in English, but then take the other content based
their
in their
native
native language so that you would really be able to
Yes.
make
Just
sure
to
it
give them
was.
a fair chance.
Yeah.
Mhm.
That would be tough.
So when you look at percentages on the GSA, once they get to third grade and above, these students are going to be in that population of school.
You'll see it in one of the cells, breakdowns.
So any resources we can put as early as possible, obviously, it's a benefit.
For sure. Wow.
Looking at benchmarks and scores, that first document, it says second grade vertical meeting. We're obviously going to do the best we can to transition those students from second to third grade because our current second graders will be the first group that's going to be under the Third Grade Success Act that will take the test next year, the GSA, and then they'll either fail, be retained, or they won't go on. So I met with the third grade teachers and Mr. McGregor so we could kind of come up with a plan. So the second grade teachers, they documented some of the strengths of this current second grade class, some of their weaknesses. And then I talked to the third grade teachers and asked them what skills that we could help with the most, that we could address and reinforce as those students do get into third grade, what are the most critical concepts. So we're going to continue to meet again. I'm going to plan to meet with the second grade parents before summer so that they're aware, like this is an act that's in place already. So your child is going to be facing this. I'm going to try to make a chart also because the state has some exceptions of students that won't fall under that category. And I'm going to try to make the list of second grade students and then mark which exception they might fall under so that we can get a total number of students that are going to be tested without an exception. So they will either have to pass it or fail it so that I can get that number and then I can give that list to them. You really don't want to do things that are directly related to the test. But again, those students need the best opportunity. So whatever intervention that they can provide for them at that point, we want to be sure that they know ahead of time and those parents know. So I'll be meeting with the second grade parents, talking to them about some things they can do. Maybe they want to put their child in summer school, if that's available. Anything they can do to stop the regression of those skills. Hopefully we can encourage them to do that. Diagnostic results. So the colored graphs are from iReady, test number 1 and 2. We will start giving the third to the end of the year tests in a couple of weeks. I would probably just go as a highlight and maybe a quick summary to the bottom of that first page. The first one is math, and you can see the kindergarten window 1, 2, grade 1, and grade 2 is on the other side. I would look specifically at the first green column and the last red column. So the first green column, that would be the number of students who are now at mid or above grade level. So they're not just on grade level, they're above grade level. So if you look kindergarten, for example, in window 1, that was the first test. There were only 6% of the kindergarten was in that particular group. And from test 1 to test 2, it grew 26%. So that cell, we definitely want that one to increase. That shows you, and it tells me, as the building administrator, we're addressing those students that are high achievers also, not just focus on the lower level group. We're trying to move them at the top. And then you don't see any in that red section because that's basically if they are 3 or more grade levels below. So in kindergarten, obviously, we're not going to go 3 grade levels below. But you can look over at the yellow. So the yellow would be kind of middle, like 1 grade level below if you look at yellow. In window 1, 88% of the students coming into kindergarten tested 88% 1 grade level below. By grade 2, it's only half of them. So we can see that the trend is getting better. Those students are moving up in the achievement levels. So you can see the same thing in grade 1. In the red column, 20%, 24% of the students were multiple grade levels below. Now it's only 6%. So we focus on those 6% to get intervention. We can move them out, and they're not going to be below grade level. So those are really the numbers that I think are really critical. We're meeting all of them, high achievers, moving them forward, as well as those who need extra help. So math seems to be doing well. The next chart, you can see reading, that format is the same. So in test number 1 for kindergarten and reading, only 2% was above grade level. And then during test number 2 was 1 out of every 4 was above grade level, so 26%. So everything's moving in a positive direction. That's what we want to look at. Make sure that they're making good progress. We've got Mrs. Rayo is a Title I teacher, and she's been working with multiple groups, so those students can go in and out of her group as they need it for whatever skill deficit they have. And some of them have been in there all year, so we're hoping to see good results from that. Any questions about any of those numbers? Attendance. So you can see the attendance chart from the year starting 2023 and 2024 in the current year. Those are the monthly attendance percentages from August through March. Last year, our yearly total up to this point was 93.3. This year it's 93.1, so we're holding steady. Attendance has been good. I will say that Miss Lindsay, the CIS worker, she does a great job of following up on students that if they miss 2 or 3 days in a row, it kind of triggers each of us, and we start making phone calls to the house and say, what's going on? Are they sick? They need a ride? What changed at home so that we can get them back in school? So that helps tremendously to be able to reach out to them personally. The Marshall walkthroughs, just a couple notes that I've recognized as I've been completing the walkthroughs from the beginning of the year, student engagement is improving, so you can see those students participating. And I think that really one of the things has been the addition of the aides in all of the classrooms, so that those aides can be with those students. The teacher can start doing the instruction and we can make smaller groups. And the level of questioning has been better. I think that's a part of the letters training has been good now that the majority of the teachers has completed that training. The level of questioning is better. It's not just recall type of questions, like what's 2 + 2. Now they're starting to get into the thinking and the application. So I've noticed that in the trends from the walkthroughs. Child nutrition, Miss Emily and I, we have discussions about our numbers. Our numbers are very similar to what they were last year in participation. We talk about the meals that we notice that maybe our students don't participate in very well. So when our packing number goes a little bit high, we start looking to see what was that maybe those students don't like. And she's been really good about making adjustments to it. Parent involvement. So our LSIC is very active. Regarding PTO, we have a great new PTO group this year. And it's been great to have them. We got them started at the beginning of the year, so it's an all new group. And they brought in some fresh ideas. So we appreciate them. Born Learning, that's the program that we reach out to preschool parents, trying to get them active, participating, get them involved so that that kindergarten number of those that are below grade level when they come in, maybe we can do something about that as they move from pre-K. Book bingo, we're gonna have book bingo, I think it's tonight. So that's through Title I. It's one of the things that we want to try to continue to do also with the parents, is to get them into meetings and trainings like that. Transportation is good. Drop off pickup times are good for us. I'm thinking about maybe asking our teachers to come in a little bit earlier next year before the doors open. Like right now, I think we've got 5 minutes. So they start at 3:25 and the doors open at 7:25, doors open at 7:30. So the students are like right on them immediately. I'd like to back that up just a little bit before they open the door so that they can get in, talk a little bit with their teammates, teachers, and say, all right, let's take a breath here before we get started. So I think that will help them tremendously, just to give them a little bit more time together. School finances, good. We wrote the grant for the therapy dog training, and we're gonna add a business partner. I think we're gonna do that tonight at the board meeting. So Mettler Packaging has been really good, forthcoming to us, and they appreciate the Leader in Me program, the 7 Habits, that really kind of fits into their philosophy. And Joanne was excited to come on board for that.
Is this the company in the old, Woodmark
Mhm.
building going
Yes,
out of town?
yes. And they're really excited to start to get involved in the community. I don't know, for me, maybe I just didn't realize it, but it's been kind of quiet, and they've increased their employees and they want to get involved in the community. So she actually did reach out to me and I met
That's
with her.
wonderful.
We're
Is
excited
it
to do
someone
some
from the
things.
company who has?
It
reached
is.
out?
It's a German-based company.
Yes, and I think when she's here, and I think she's gonna bring a couple other employees with her this evening to the meeting.
Our meeting tonight?
Yes.
It's on the agenda under business
Yeah,
partnerships.
at the beginning is-
Yeah.
Yeah, business partnership or
Something of the sort.
celebrations,
Is
type
she,
of
like that,
things.
is she from Germany?
She is.
Well,
Yes.
German then.
Yeah, we might have some other languages that we can add to.
Gosh, maybe we'll need to send a representative to Germany for this. I volunteer.
Who knows? I want to talk to her this evening. But very, very nice, and again, wanting to do anything that they possibly can. They're gonna do some incentives for our Leader in Me, our Leader of the Month, our Student of the Month, and provide some
Great.
t-shirts. And a lot of good things are gonna come from it.
That's great.
Yeah.
Look forward to it.
Um, Yeah, she was really nice, and again, I think she was gonna bring maybe a couple other employees with her. Maybe if there's time, just kind of give a little 5-minute talk and
Sure.
just kind of say what you would like to do for the school system. Staff culture is good. We're having actually self-care week this week. So a lot of businesses have contributed things. Last week, Mrs. Walker and I took the students for about 20-25 minutes and just let the teachers and the aides just have a break. So just give them a break. So we took the students. There's a lot of incentives for them this coming week that we're going to be able to provide for them. I think this year there are 2 retirements. I think we've got 2 classroom aides that are retiring. And I just put that on there because I think that's probably going to be a trend, at least at the elementary school, because it's starting to become a more experienced staff. So we're going to kind of start getting more of those retirements. There's a potential that we could lose 3 kindergarten teachers within the next year or 2. So that would be half of the kindergarten teachers could be gone. So they're at that age and with the experience. So we're going to need to be recruiting teachers. That may be what we need to get from Germany. We need to bring some teachers back. Yes.
Again.
It's the kind of business partnership we need, isn't it?
Yeah,
Send
we
these in there.
may need employees, but I think it's gonna happen. And I did make that little note there about working multiple jobs. I just noticed that from our staff in the last year and a half, that several of them are working another job, not just being a teacher or an aide. Of course, the summer school program, several of them are working the summer school program. They're also working in jobs that are outside the school system. So,
After school.
yeah, all of that.
That's a whole other
all of
job.
that. It is.
Coaching, you have an AD thing
Yeah,
at that school.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
You know, we got the high school ED, they're doing coaching. It just reminds you that they're people too, and they're doing things outside, not just working, but they're parents too, and they've got responsibilities. It's a busy time for them as well. Social emotional, obviously the CIS worker, Miss Lindsay does a fantastic job in a lot of different areas. She's been really good at helping us during when those ESL students are coming in, during the whole ICE thing. It's great to be able to have her to be able to reach out to them and just provide some security for them to know that we're going to help them and that we do whatever we possibly could for them. So she really helped in that area. We do have the AHOS therapy. We did add another halftime. So they're there a day and a half, which is good because our population continues to increase, needing that service. And of course, the self-contained classroom, those numbers continue to increase.
I find the EA house therapy interesting at your level. At the elementary level. I don't know how to ask.
Well, maybe this will go in the direction that you want. I think a lot of it becomes self-regulation tips that those children need.
Okay,
So I don't know if that maybe is,
well, I
Where-
just
what you
wondered
were
what the
needing.
needs were at that level.
yeah, it's more of self-regulation. That how do you deal with things at home, which they bring to school with them in their
At
emotions.
that level.
And, they may come and they may show up in the classroom and they're just crying automatically, just immediately in class they're crying. And then, of course, the teacher has, hey, what's going on? Miss Lindsay can get involved, and then we can start the process of getting the parents in for an initial intake and say, hey, your child came to school and this is what's bothering them. And we want to get them help at school.
And just something like being homesick, maybe, or
It could be, like, there's a lot of things, like the dynamics at home, mom and dad are gonna separate, even just like a job change. So mom's been home, now mom's gonna start working, so now they're at a babysitter, and they don't want that separation from the babysitter to mom, who's gonna be at my house when I get home. Like, those are the things that 6-year-olds are worried about.
Yeah.
And it's nice for us to have that outreach of the EA halls to say, let's get the parents together, let's get us together and address this, because that child is worried about that, not their spelling test. They're
But
worried
what's at
about,
home?
yeah, who's gonna be at home. And it's nice to have them for a day and a half, that they can meet with all of those students that are struggling. But that's probably the biggest need, would be just like that type of self-regulation.
Reassurance.
Like behaviors that just show up and get triggered by whatever at home, sometimes at school.
Things I wouldn't even think about.
You know?
Just take for granted that all is normal and life is
Yeah.
normal.
Or that they might be able, like somebody has already talked to them about that and reassured them that I'm gonna be at the house or I'm gonna be at the bus stop. But sometimes parents don't think that their child is even dealing with it.
Right.
It's not bothering them because they didn't say anything at home. Then when they get to school, now they're thinking, oh, how am I gonna get home? What's gonna happen? And we can make parents aware of it, and it helps them too to say, oh, I didn't even think it was bothering them. And we get that a lot. So they didn't say anything at home. And they weren't crying when they left from home, but we said, they walked in the door, they were crying when they got off the bus. Great resource to have. School cleanliness, custodians have had their trainings, which has been very helpful. And then I've talked to Ms. Van about the governor proclamation days. So the governor will give free days basically around the holidays that the employees don't have to take a non-work day, any type of leave. So at the beginning of the year, I fill out a calendar from July 1 till the end of June so that we can spread out the days that custodians specifically will need to take off around those holidays. Well, when the governor gives them free days off, now they get those days back and we've got to put them somewhere. And if it's a non-work day, it's a day that they don't have a substitute. So let's just say non-work days are the week of Thanksgiving. They get off those days. They don't have a substitute. So now that all of those days have been given back to them, like my custodians are going to take off 11 days in June. Our original calendar that the custodians and I made up, they would have only had 2 OS, which is in the regular calendar, and 2 non-work. So we spread them out. They would have had those days off. Now, the governor gave back so many days, they have like 11 non-work days. I think there are only 13 working days in June altogether.
Is that for the whole, all the custodians?
Anybody that's above and beyond a 200-day contract that has additional days.
Oh, okay,
Well, 240 and above gets those days, yeah.
okay.
So they're gonna have 11 days if they don't take any days off between now and when the students are out. 11 of those 13 are not gonna be working in June. But it wouldn't have happened that way. We had it planned out, that it would have been reasonable.
Are you going to be able to do it without getting them subs? Is there a way you can pull that off, you think?
I don't know. I talked to both of them this morning and said, if you need to take off between now and when students are out, put it in as a regular day. But if we don't get a sub, then we're gonna flip it to a non-work and then they can carry over their personals.
Yeah.
But we can use that as a non-work. I don't know that they have a lot of days planned to take off, so it might absorb a few of them.
Peggy can go back to the beginning of the year also and look at any day that they didn't have subs and flip that to a non-work
Okay,
and give
so
them
if
their
that's
day
okay,
back.
I
Yes.
didn't ask you about
She can
that.
do that. I thought of it when you said that as far
Okay.
as putting it in that way. She can go back. I don't know if that's happened regularly where they,
It happens often.
yeah. And they win because they get their day
back.
back. That's a leave day,
Sure.
but then you win because it's a non-work. And
Right,
yeah, that works out best for everybody probably.
okay. Yeah, so
Let's try
I
that.
will, I'll talk to them about that. Hopefully we can get them back in for June and
That'd be
start
good.
some cleaning.
So
It's your busiest time.
It is.
why is the governor doing this?
Well, like
The last two have
Good
done it.
Friday, he gives a half day off to all state employees.
Christmas
And that
Eve.
Christmas Eve and New Year's,
Thanksgiving.
Thanksgiving,
That
New
work
Year's.
extra.
New
Day
Year's.
after
Mhm.
Thanksgiving sometime.
And
Yeah.
so he's making that up,
They just do it.
school personnel.
Well, so we're
All
not
state.
technically state employees, but we follow the state employee schedule. So we have always in the past granted that. And moving forward into next year, we've already talked about, we're going to have to decide if we're going to continue to do that or if we're going to just say, come out and tell people at the beginning of the year, we can't do that anymore because it's just getting out of hand. Because that one day, 2 days, Christmas Eve, New Year's Day, that's not, or New Year's Eve, whatever, not such a big deal. But this year was just out of control with the days. They were just closing left and right. And so with the way our schedule works, we'll have to make a decision if we're going to continue to follow that with the governor's proclamations in the future. But it's something you have to decide and start a year with. You can't stop doing it. You can't stop it midway. We have to make a decision and let people know that's what we're going to do. Yeah, it's kind of crazy.
Well, it's really gonna interfere with the days and the hours that we need to get for the school.
Yeah. Hopefully we
can
can fix it. Hopefully we can fix this time around, but yeah.
Work shuts down for the summer.
Oh, no, certainly not.
That's your busiest time. for
Yeah.
Custodian.
Yeah.
Well, they're getting the rooms cleaned up
Mhm.
and so that they can start doing the floors in July.
It's
And
a
then-
busy time.
Yeah,
It is for sure.
Any painting that needs done. Wow.
As far as any other issues, so they actually started on the canopy from the main building out to the Pilgrims building. I think they're gonna pour concrete tomorrow for the foundation. So that's underway already, and I think we've got all the paperwork for the flooring in the Pilgrims building, so that should be starting soon. And I think that'll be the last phase of that, putting the flooring in. That'll be nice. Special education, always an issue, I'm sure. Topics to talk about regarding the resources for them, and again, people. We've got one special education teacher other than a self-contained classroom, and I think his caseload is probably gonna start at around 25 next year, and his maximum is 30. So I don't really remember us being that close at the beginning of the year. And then what starts to happen is students are tested as the year goes along, that number is going to increase. So his caseload is going to be maxed out fairly quickly.
how many can they have in the self-contained room?
Well, I think what Mrs. Barr has done a little bit to help with that is they can have a caseload of students that they monitor that's outside of that self-contained classroom. So, and that's some of the services that are provided from a special education teacher is just to monitor. So she has eased his caseload a little bit by moving some students that are just on monitor from his caseload over to their caseload. So they're working with the students in the self-contained, but they're also having some students that basically to monitor means they just go check with the classroom teacher and be sure that those students are doing okay with the services that they're getting.
So they're in the regular classroom then?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
But how many are in the self-contained room?
I think we have 8 right now. I think we had 9 and one of them just got transferred. So I think we have 8 total in that classroom. And their caseload number is different because of how those students are, how they're labeled as far as a category number. So if they're like a level 1, 2, 3, that changes the student teacher ratio for that. I mentioned the ESL interventionist. So nice to have that interventionist. Hopefully, if that's available, we can start that sooner next year. I know.
Yes, it's, you have a need.
Yeah, once the money gets divvied out and figure out what you have. if we can
Should
start
be
that
here
earlier.
versus, not here.
Yeah.
Like it was last
Who
year.
is your addresses?
Ms. Kessler. And then Ms. Walker and I have our academic competition that's going on, so I'm expecting her to get the blueberry pie coming up after this third test.
You got the last one, didn't you?
I got one last year in the first part of the year, and I was able to rebound, and she got the second half. And I got the first half this year, so.
What is this based on?
So we have every grade level is involved, and it's reading and math. So it's the number of AR points, it's attendance. So we keep track of it every month. So your class can earn a point for your team by having a specific attendance. So it's reading, math, AR, preschool, behavior. We build a lot of categories and points, so students are able to earn points for their team different ways.
So is the winner the one who gets the pie, the loser gets the pie?
The loser gets the pie. So we put a scoreboard out in the hallway.
Right, I've
and we-
seen it.
Yeah, we just keep totaling points, and I think right now I'm losing by 6. But I got a lot of AR points this week. So
All right.
I'm not telling Ms. Walker, but I think the scoreboard will change.
Where do you do this thing?
Did you take the test for the kids?
Where do you get pie at?
In the cafeteria, so all the kids get to go into the cafeteria and, yeah, make it
It's a big deal for them.
Yeah,
Oh,
it's
yeah.
a big
Well,
deal.
so when is pie day?
Yeah.
I'd like to see pie
Oh,
day.
Okay, well, we'll let you know.
It's always blueberry.
No, I requested chocolate last year.
Do you know ahead of time who was?
I'll let her request, yeah. Oh, well, just her and I,
You
yes,
two know
Yeah.
who's gonna get the pie.
just the two of us.
Oh, no kidding.
Yeah, so we make it a big deal,
Oh,
like
please
we,
let us know when pie
So
day
you're
happens.
both in
Yeah.
there and
yeah, we're both in there, and I
And
think
you're waiting
last
for
year,
the announcement.
each of us walked around the chair that we had set up on the stage.
Hmm.
And then I would act like I sat down on the chair, that I was gonna be the one, then I would get up and the kids would cheer like, oh, it must be Miss
Please let
Walker.
us know.
Yeah, that'd be great. to
They
see.
get involved.
I would
They're
like to be
competitive.
there to cheer for.
Yeah, I think, well, Miss Van Meter's heard them say, Mr. Armitage, you're going down. Your
Oh,
team's
yeah.
going down." Like,
Well,
The
we
kids
take
get
ma-
really-
many
Where's that
misses.
little boy get that from?
Yeah, yeah.
That we met in the hall.
Yes, probably so.
Yeah.
He told you were going
Well,
down.
maybe whoever loses will be sick and Dr. Van Meter can take that
There's
person's
a
place.
possibility that could
I
happen.
think that would be wonderful.
I can do that if I get to pick the pie flavor. I want to know ahead of
Yeah,
time so I
not a
can pick
problem.
my pie flavor.
Not a problem.
That's
Or
awesome.
maybe president of the board.
oh,
Yeah.
that wouldn't be, they wouldn't have fun smashing me because they don't know who I am.
No, no.
Very good.
That sounds like fun.
Well, thank you, Mr. Armitage.
Yeah. You're welcome. Any questions?
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right,
Yeah,
you're
thank
welcome.
you.
Absolutely, you're very welcome. Thank all of you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Certainly appreciate
All
you.
right.
Tomorrow night?
Welcome. Yes.
Told Mr. Stutler it was tonight. He said, I don't think it is. And I said,
No, it's tomorrow night.
I know, but
When you
I was
play
giving him a hard
Strasburg?
time.
Wednesday.
Back to back.
Yeah.
I came over, I bring you good luck. I came over Saturday, you won.
All right.
Every time I've come over the same picture,
Okay. All right.
does a good job.
Yeah, it's good. Good young group.
Yeah, you really,
It is a good
you're
young group.
blessed.
Mhm.
Yeah.
It's exciting. See you, Mr. Armstrong. Thank you. Mr. Parks and Mrs. Campbell swapped. They told me that first thing this morning. They needed to swap. So just so you guys know, they worked it out amongst themselves. You need to hook up to the screen.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Hey,
Yeah.
you got, how to do it.
Oh, I guess we'll find out.
Can help you.
How are you?
In all the year
Yeah, you.
I was principal, I only got tied once,
Really?
and I took it for somebody else. I only got tied one time. But I took it for one of the teachers.
You didn't want it or couldn't take it, wasn't available?
Yes.
Or
I figured after 23 years, you only get tied once. Remember when you use like shaving cream? That was bad. Whipped cream is better.
Oh, yeah,
So you could eat it, shaving cream,
nasty,
nasty.
nasty. Oh, all right.
But yeah, those little kids, they love that.
Oh, yeah.
They love
Yeah,
that.
I don't know if you saw or there,
Even
but
big
that
kids,
little boy, his.
even, yeah, Tony's
Our-
going
they're
down.
Going down,
Well, even big kids like that,
yeah.
especially like that.
Is it one page?
No.
You got them sort of separated, they're not, oh, they're shaped.
Yeah.
Okay. Gotcha. To Janet, if you'll have one to Dixie.
Thank you.
Did you take pictures for that outside the school again this year?
Yeah.
I think I remember you saying that last year. Yeah.
Oh, for the boy.
No, I have not had one file.
That's okay, I just didn't want to not put that one in there if we did.
There's not enough wood to brick them. It's big plastic, maybe.
They're kind of flat, they're not as- yeah.
Did we break it?
It fell out. I loved it. It should be-
The other time we had a meeting, I fall asleep, I take a nap.
Oh, my God.
I gotta get a funeral.
I mean,
Hughes Road,
yeah,
she was a year behind me in school.
really?
Thank you,
Ride together.
Gloria.
'Cause I can't
Did she have-
get
Did she have cancer?
You drive the car.
Mr. Parks, I think we're ready for you, sir.
Lung
Okay.
stuff, I think.
We're on before we're talking about people's.
Fibrosis.
Problems.
Fibrosis.
Oh,
So I'll go ahead and get started then. In terms of grades, the first part there, senior class overall, I think we have one that might be in danger of, but we're kind of being very proactive with that. We sent a certified letter home. She's virtual, but, you know, we're on that. And if things don't go the way we think, you know, the way we hope they go, we'll have that Acellus built in at the end. So we'll let her walk, and then she'll do the Acellus, so it should be okay. Middle school, in terms of third 9 weeks, no failures. So in terms of moving forward with grades, overall the grades for us were overall very, very good. We do all kinds of different incentives in terms of attendance, in terms of behavior. We actually, like today, I was doing SAT testing, we had knock dive testing, we had a middle school incentive, a high school incentive, and we had a half a day of school, running 3 lunches. So, but getting back to the grades, like we do the 9-week incentives, and they are based, one of the things they're based on is grades. So maybe making some type of challenge in terms of class versus class, like the middle school especially would, you know, really get onto that in terms of GPA, like this one Kauser's class versus, you know, Miss Brown's class. We also have the Leader in Me this Friday. There's a presentation, I guess, in terms of us implementing the high school, so we'll learn more about that then. But that obviously flows into grades as well. Benchmark data, if you look there at the many different handouts I gave you there, I mean, you can look through it. I'm not gonna go over it verbatim and everything. The second benchmark, for some reason, the scores really weren't where we wanted them to be. Some of that's my fault because of when we got back after break, the second benchmark kind of takes a hit sometimes. We got back after break, they changed the testing window. And then we had a snowstorm that put us out a week. So I literally had to go to teachers, for the middle school teachers, and like, hey, you're testing today. Because we had to get it in a certain time. So, but hopefully, moving, looking ahead, in terms of next year, motivating the kids to do better at the benchmarks. Our kids, in terms of the actual tests, like the PSATs, SATs, they do well. They do very well. I think our scores were higher than, obviously we were right on point with the state, and we're higher than the state and other schools at the actual tests. Benchmark, we need to do a better job motivating the students to take those tests more seriously. But that's what we plan to do moving forward in terms of benchmarks. And we incentivize them, we do student recognition, we recognize the kids that brought their benchmark scores up, we recognize the kids that scored over a certain threshold, but trying to find any type of motivation to get them to take the benchmark seriously. Because the actual test they take very seriously. We said about us doing away with PSATs, and then I didn't want to because our test scores were always excellent. I was the only one that held out and said, no, this prepares them for the SAT, the exact same test. But, our scores are always, on the official test, are always excellent. Whereas on the benchmark, so. But just trying to find a way to motivate them more. And I know the leader in me has that built into it, the data tracking. We also went ahead and next year, 8th period is going to be sort of an intervention. We're kind of going back to the Cougar time where we had intervention groups, but we also, last year, what I did was the teachers that were in charge of the Cougar time, we had data folders. I created data folders for every single student in the school. They'd have data talks, it wasn't really specific, but what's one thing you might have struggled with? What's one way we can improve that? And, tracking the data and improving it that way. Student attendance, we went up against Petersburg High School, beat them. We did one against Moorfield High School. We won that as well. 93.5%. That goes right along with our strategic plan of 93%. So right now, we are the highest in the county, which is excellent because usually elementary schools have the highest attendance. High school, that's crazy. And it's right there on that PowerPoint that Bonnie sent us. For some reason, I don't know if it's printed out on yours, but yeah, in terms of the county, 93.5. And we just finished up another incentive, a third 9 weeks incentive that involved macaroni and cheese. That one of our middle school students was very persistent and dedicated towards. And the crazy thing about that was our 12th grade actually won. Our 12th grade had the highest attendance. And I sent those attendance rates to, I know I sent them to you, I can't remember, but the rates were very, very high.
How was macaroni and cheese involved? What was the incentive?
Mr. Parks paid for it, so I appreciate that.
Hey, no worries.
Craft.
But one of our,
No, this was homemade.
Oh, was it?
yes, one of our middle school students approached me. This was back before Christmas about doing some type of attendance incentive. And he was very adamant of, yeah, that's good kids. He was upset that the 7th grade didn't win. But, he played a vital role. I put signs up all around, had the teachers, had the teachers bring it up, had Miss Rudy announce at the end of each week. I think the first week between us, I didn't have a chance to even check the attendance. So I told Teresa, I said, tell make the announcement, 7th and 8th grader when the attendance is set down. Just, because he can, great kid, but he can get very, but it went well. Miss Snyder made the mac and cheese and 12th grade loved it.
So the class that had the highest attendance got to eat the homemade macaroni and cheese?
Yes.
Was that
The
it?
12th grade, yes.
How simple.
It was very simple.
And that was the young man's idea,
That was the young
that
man's
he thought they would
idea.
work for the mac and
He's
cheese.
already approached me about the 4th 9 weeks challenges and stuff like that, but
Oh, macaroni and cheese again?
I don't know. I don't know what we're gonna do. He has some big ideas and I had to kind of, temper those a little bit.
Calm him down.
Yeah, I was like, I don't know if we did it, dude, but I specifically waited till the end of the week to announce, to announce that. So,
Okay.
didn't want to ruin his whole day, seventh grade didn't win. But grade level challenges, like the one I just spoke of, and moving forward, I mean, our teachers do a good, excellent job of building those relationships and the kids wanting to come to school. East Hardy High School, I say it all the time, we're very fortunate. We have great kids, we have great parents, and we have great staff. And that includes custodians and cooks, the service personnel of the year, Nancy Klein. But we're very fortunate. The kids love coming to East Hardy High School. And it's not because of that. School discipline, there is a thing in there. If you look through there, and sorry guys, I did these in color for you guys, and I did them front and back in color, but they printed upside down and everything in my printer. So that's why it's black and white. But if you look here at school discipline, in the bottom, the bottom right-hand corner, that's East Hardy High School. And you can just look there. I know it's kind of hard to see, but look there in comparison to others. So that goes back once again, as I said, to the relationships that the kids have with their teachers, the teachers taking care of business in their classroom, the respect of the kids, not just for administration, not just for custodians, for everyone in the building. And, I'll address it here shortly, but when we had that audit, they said it was one of the best visits they've ever had, one of the best schools they've ever been to in the state of West Virginia.
Talking about special ed audit?
Yes, they
Okay.
said that staff, admin, they said it was one of the best visits they've
So
ever
that should make you proud of them, for
Yeah.
sure.
Yeah, then I gave them the money.
You're on live stream, Mr. Parks. We're now going to be audited again.
No, but they did.
The people in the black suits are coming this time, yeah.
They did an excellent
Real
job there.
macaroni and cheese.
Yeah, that's right, that's
So, I
right.
mean, you can look there at the, the rest of the schools, but overall, right now, 29, which is pretty incredible. So, and a lot of that has to do with follow through, progressive discipline. Like if you say you're going to do something, you do it. You don't say, well, maybe not this. No, if you do this again, this is what's going to happen. If you continue to do this, and this is, So, e-walks, all teachers have been done at least 3 times. Moving forward, like next year, I'd like to do I wouldn't really say walkthroughs, but just peer visits. Like more peer visits, like teacher-to-teacher visits, like during their planning, or I can cover a class or something if they're giving a test. But just to see, because we have excellent teachers there, and many of the times when we do professional development, I'll see something in the classroom, and I'll say, hey, Jeannie, I liked how you did that activity. Would you mind presenting it to the staff? She presented the staff. I think I've talked to Sheena Colt, Mr. Watts, our band director and guitar. He showed Miss Wolf and I how to play guitar. And he showed the staff how you build on, just start with something simple. And that can be used in, we're not gonna play guitars in every classroom, but it just showed, we were playing Smoke on the Water by Deep Purple within 10 minutes. Do you know that song?
Yeah.
Well, moving forward, like I said, the peer-to-peer visits, because, when I do these walkthroughs, typically, if there's a 4 on a walkthrough, that's awesome. It's not always going to be 4s. We have plenty of 4s. If you do a 3, 3 is excellent. 2, it's all right. 1 needs help. I'd say about 99% of the ones we have are all 3s every time. And these walkthroughs occur. It's not like I say, hey guys, I'll be around today, so make sure we have a good lesson. No, they do not know when Jessica or myself are coming around to do these walkthroughs. And it's not like out to get you, it's to help you. But at any given time, you can walk through any classroom at East Hardy High School and you're going to see excellent teaching. Child nutrition, I mentioned Nancy Klein. We were very fortunate there to have the cafeteria staff that we do. It helps keep the weight on me. But in terms of breakfast count, up, lunch count steady. The kids love, and you, right, Raylan? That was the first thing you heard. What did you hear about the food? Don't say anything about other places, but you heard the food was very good, correct? Yeah. Okay. So. Parent involvement community. Who's been East Hardy High School area? No, it's like a community. The school is, Baker and Wardensville, and Baker and Wardensville is a school, so it's like we're all in that together. Transparency, our Facebook gurus, because I'm not very skilled at Facebook at all, they actually showed me how to create an account. I think I have one on there, it's East Hardy Principal. So if I haven't friend requested you guys or got back to any friend requests, I'm sorry, but me taking pictures is not a good thing. So, but they do an excellent job celebrating East Hardy High School, not just athletics, but everything. And as I said, relationships, all in this together. Transportation. This is the same exact slide I used the last time we did this. I think there was 2 this whole year in terms of bus referrals. So, and it wasn't anything crazy. I mean, when I worked in the Baltimore area, they used to call it Mr. Parks' morning paper. Because every time they call me the bus and they give me my morning paper, which was the bus referral. School finances, we had an audit, just like usual, 0 findings. The ticket taking processes, Mr. Hodges does an excellent job there with doing tickets and everything else he does, scoreboard. I mean, School culture, staff morale, I mentioned about the the audit that came around. They said about the staff, how we get along, the morale, the kids, the respect shown, the relationships, and you can kind of tell relationships, but one of my former mentors, however you want to say it, he said, when you go to a graduation, you can tell who has good relationships with their kids and who doesn't. It's not like you fake it or whatever like that. When the kid comes up and looks at you and shakes your hand, you can tell a lot about a school, about a principal, about the kids, just in that simple exchange. And there it goes back. Relationships can run or ruin buildings. That's why if we have any concerns, anything we bring up concerns in faculty meetings, we bring up leadership, we try and take care of them immediately rather than letting them hang around and so on and so forth. Social emotional, as you guys are aware, it's kind of the new world we're in now. We do a nice job communicating between EA Hawes, who's at our building, guidance with Monica, CIS with Anna, admin. In terms of moving forward, we talked about using IntelliSpark. That's a strong possibility that that's going to be coming along. And that's just a nice way of, it's like cooperative, we call it in Maryland, we call it cooperative discipline. Where if I had something, I'd enter it. Someone else had something, they'd enter it. Everyone could see it. That way, when you had meetings or whatever, you can just simply print it out. But this IntelliSpark creates a journal and emails it to the teachers to keep everyone, up to date.
Up to date on student concerns and
Yeah.
progress.
Future leader
Is that just
caseload.
within your building? Well, among your staff?
Yes,
Okay.
but it's just a way, like I said, like on Monday, they get an email with a journal about the kid. This is what happened last week. This is the reason. These are the people who talked to that kid. Talked about the next thing they're moving forward, future leader caseloads. I did these a while back, and basically it's kind of a hybrid check-in, check-out program, just to kind of keep kids, on the same page, going in the right direction. And that would be ran by myself and Miss Baker, the future leaders. School cleanliness, I mean, you guys have been to our building before, anytime we have outside visitors, and I'm not, asking for compliments about our school, they say this school is the cleanest school we've ever seen. And that's been, however many visitors come to school. I mean, I do a speech when we have the bump up day with seventh grade when they come up. I say, look around, what do you notice about this school? Without even trying, they'll say about how nice it looks, how clean it is. I said, well, you're coming up here, so if something were to happen. So they get the point. But, Cherie and our whole custodial staff do an excellent job. The kids take pride in it as well. Staff support and attendance to school functions. As I said before, we have the Facebook. I use Skillshare a lot, especially here lately with SAT testing and knowing that we didn't, not everyone will be there except for just 11th graders. So people are probably tired of getting all calls from me last week.
Mhm.
But literally, I got a text message from one of my teachers. Hey, a kid said his parents thought he was kidding that he didn't have to come to school. I said, well, good news. I sent my 1 millionth text or Skillshare out. It's coming out tonight. You get.
I got them all. Yes, I did.
I tried to explain it
You did.
as much as I,
You did.
best I could.
If they didn't know, they didn't answer. They
Yes.
didn't listen to the call.
We had it on Facebook and
That
everything
happens.
else.
That happens.
But, attendance of school functions, we had that wrestling event there at East Hardy High School. We had, Miss East Hardy that night. Anytime there's a school function, the community shows up and does an excellent job of supporting our school. Extracurricular, sports, archery, gaming, clubs, there's students that are part of, they're part of every single sport, so.
Do you have your video of your wrestling debut?
Bear flip down.
Do you have it on your
Of
computer?
course, he does.
No, I don't. I mean, do you have Facebook?
I do, yes. You can get on Facebook on there.
Okay. Athletics, yeah, I'll put it up there. But athletics,
It's pretty funny.
It was hilarious. I watched it like 4 times.
for a small school, we're very successful. Because, baseball, last year had a magical year. People kept saying, well, why don't you win the record? I'm telling you right now, we have a chance to win the whole thing because we can hit the ball very, very well. And half of our team's been hurt half the year. Luckily for us, the state tournament came around, everyone was healthy for that regional playoff run. The one kid that they beat, I think he just got signed with Coastal Carolina throwing like 98 miles an hour.
Yeah.
They beat him, so, but it's just a testament to our kids and their work ethic. Basketball. Basketball team's been to states how many years in a row? Girls wrestling, we have a state champion from the girls wrestling team. Our student athletes, they take pride in not only academics, but also athletics. Personnel, we were very fortunate this year. We had certified teachers in every single position except for art. So, that was a big plus. In terms of personnel, we have kind of 2.5 special ed teachers, and they're servicing 60 plus kids. So trying to make that schedule work with 2.5 serving 60 plus is very difficult. And I know this is kind of hard to, but 50% of the set, over 50% of our 7th graders have IEPs. So more than half. The 6th grade coming up, I talked to Emily, it's about the same. So moving ahead, about the only way to remedy that is to hire someone or find, someone, because we're not gonna meet that 30% threshold. That's it.
Let's see that video.
Hold on. Let me see here. One second.
Just happens to know where it is, right?
No, I don't. I'm not, yeah, I'm not adept at all whatsoever. with
We'll see if you have to sign into Facebook before to, oh no, you're gonna be able to see it for sure. It just opens right up. There you go. I think it's right there to the left under photos. Oh no, that might be last year's. Never mind. There it is, Mr. Parks.
Woo-hoo, here it comes.
Might want to make a big screen too.
Oh, yeah, maybe
Never thought I'd be doing this. But no, Stevie Miller asked me to help out, and he asked me to help out, you know, if I could be part of it to sell tickets. And I'm like, yeah, sure.
Mr. Parks is in the referee or the officials.
So obviously I wasn't expecting that. They didn't tell me that. You know,
The kids love it. The kids loved it.
Who is that? Is that the?
I just met him that day. He's an actual professional wrestler.
You look
But,
pretty good.
yeah, Stevie asked me to help out. I said, yeah, sure, I'll referee or be a guest or whatever. And I show up and I'm like, oh, all you gotta do is worry about being on the outside, nothing like that. I said, oh, great. And then he's like, well, this guy,
Shoulder check.
Yeah, you got him, didn't he?
the tag team that's in the main event, the guy's gonna come talk to you, Mr. Parks, and you know, and you guys can go from there. And then they came up with this idea, and that was my practice run right there.
The first and last time.
Raylan was pretty popular at school there. She's like, your dad gave someone a stunner. My dad just watches TV or something. I joked with the kids and told them that WWE called me and, you know, offered me a contract and all that stuff. I'm just glad I didn't hurt myself.
Yeah, even just dropping down to the ground like that a little bit,
Yeah, yeah,
You bounced right back up.
you did
yeah.
that.
I wanted to get out of the ring.
Before that guy added something
Before
else to the
something bad
mix.
happened to me.
Yeah, 40 dive on you.
Yeah, but yeah, like I said, I wasn't expecting that. Saying, yeah, I'll help out.
Yeah, that would have been bad. Huh?
Good.
So that's it, guys.
Anything you guys have?
Anything else?
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you guys.
Thank you very
Thanks,
much.
Mr.
Appreciate
Parks.
And you guys have a good one.
You too.
Thank you much.
Yes. The Hulkster. Well, you guys have a good one.
You
Hey, you
too. Thank you
too. Good
much.
seeing you.
Appreciate it.
Yep.
And hey, I'm meeting her Wednesday.
Okay, you want to step out here? 'Cause I don't wanna-
I thought you might have found Mr. Parks's flipperoo
That was really good.
entertaining.
I saw it.
I watched it.
I did.
Played it again, I'm like,
Truly
oh.
believe that professional wrestling was real.
Yeah.
And I swear to God, he beat up more armchairs.
Mhm.
I mean, he wrestled his armchair.
They're actors,
Oh, yeah.
good actors.
He would never convince my dad, no, sir, that's real. That's as real as it gets. Oh, he believed. His idea of a vacation every summer, the man truly never went anywhere. But every summer, when the wrestlers were,
Was he related to Wilbur Clayton?
no, not my dad.
I know. I'm just saying Wilbur, he always told me he pulled the road up behind him when he went up the holler on Friday evening. So I used to go out there and talk to him a lot.
Truly.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, he did. Once he got home on
Yeah.
Friday, he
He
was
told
going
me
out.
that. I go out to his room quite a bit and talk to him.
No, but my dad would, his summer vacation, the only thing he ever wanted to do was go down to the DC area, and I don't know the names of the arenas and stuff that were down there then, and go
Oh,
to wrestling.
the Armory, DC Armory.
I didn't know, it was on the outskirts, it was in the Laurel area,
Maryland.
somewhere. And do a couple wrestling matches, and then he was happy.
I'm gonna put us in for a break here. Everybody to know. Yeah, we're ready when you're ready.
So the first slide here, it goes over our achievement a little bit. We have 93% of students have a 2.0 GPA or higher. We were a champion school for college career readiness in 2025. We have 98 students who are currently members of the National Honor Society. We have 10 students who earned their West Virginia State FFA degrees. We ran SAT boot camps this year before actual SAT, so we could try to teach the students how to use the tools and how to log in and try to take a little bit of the novice out of the whole thing so that they could do a little better. Our hope is that they will do a lot better. And then also go over ELA and math specific things such as how to figure out what the correct answer is versus what the incorrect is. Math concept quizzes. So at the beginning of the year, I asked my math teachers to go through and find the top 12 skills that were needed for the SAT and to please work on those and give a concept quiz at the beginning of the 9 weeks and another one at the end, and do this every 9 weeks throughout the year so that they could track how well students were progressing on their skills. And so they've been working on that throughout the year on progress learning. So we use that not just for our benchmarks, but also to track our progress in math. We are honoring our students with achievement banners for the PSAT, SAT, NHS, the Promise Scholarship, and their AP scores. And we also are going to be receiving the Jennings Randolph Award for 2026. We had 100% of our students who could register to vote registered.
That's
So
great.
they'll be coming in May to present that. And then we have 68 students who are going to be tested in the next week on the NOCTI. So we're very proud of our kids and our teachers. Our benchmarks this year, so if we look at the 9th grade, we started at 53% and moved to 63% for ELA, for proficiency. In our math for the same grade, we started at 23 and ended at 58% on the second benchmark. When we come down here to 10th grade, we started at 27 and ended at 45, and then our 10th grade math dropped a bit. And so we are looking at that as well, especially with the concept quizzes on how we can get them moving up. When we look at 11th grade ELA, we have a little dip as well there. And then in our 11th grade math, we went from 8% to 27% proficient. So we've seen a lot of growth. We have two areas that we're really focusing on as far as bumping those students up, trying to get them a little more engaged. One with the testing, which is something that our teachers find is making it meaningful for the students, not just a test that they have to take. So we have rewards for our students based on their benchmark scores every year. And the next benchmark score will be, depending on what grade level they are, it could be homecoming tickets, concession passes, if they're proficient. For the SAT itself, they either get a free parking pass or a free prom ticket. So trying to make it, obviously you can't pay kids to do well on tests or in school, you know, but giving them things that they would actually want and would work for. So we try to reinforce that.
Mrs. Campbell, can I just interrupt for 1 second? When they take the SAT, how quickly do you get the results back of that now?
I think it's usually in May.
Okay, I didn't know if anything had changed with the online administration that made that faster.
It is faster. It's
Okay.
a lot faster than what it used to be. But the window has to change or
Close altogether. Okay,
altogether, and then we get ours.
thank you.
So hopefully by the end of May, we should know where we're at.
Good.
This is our walkthrough data. It's just a piece of the e-walk that we started using. And it just shows you meaningful, authentic engagement upon entry to the classroom. So this one, it shows that 91.8% of the times we were in classes, the majority of students were engaged. And 20% of the time it was teacher-led activities. 7% of the time, student-led activities. And sometimes if these aren't marked, they won't show up in the data. So if somebody went in and just didn't mark either one, it wouldn't show accurately. But we always choose one of those. So 91% is pretty good for engagement. And then this is where I put a lot of emphasis, which is the depth of knowledge. So a lot of times we think we're teaching our students to the level that they need to be successful on the measures that we use, like the state standardized test. And yes, we're covering the skills, and yes, they practice them, and yes, at a skill base. So down here at recall and reproduction, and even maybe in the skills and concepts, they can produce work. But that's not where the SAT tests you. The SAT is gonna test you mainly up here in the 3-4 with a little sprinkling of 2 and 1. Which is another reason, which I'll go through with our PSAT data versus SAT data, why we see those numbers drop when they get to 11th grade, when they were higher in 10th grade. But what we have here, DOK level 4, right now we have 3.6%, we have 6% at a level 3, and you can see a lot of our classrooms are still focusing on those lower levels. So through our process of PD and going through DOK and reinforcing that, and even talking about it in our meetings that follow up, we're trying to reinforce the need for that level of DOK to increase, which our teachers do a great job at their teaching. It's just one of those things where maybe we're not in the room when they're doing the DOK 3 and 4. That's also another thing that does happen, especially when they're trying to build students up from working at a lower level. This is our attendance. We're kind of hanging right there in the 90s, which is good, but we'd like to see it closer to 95. So we're continuing to do all of our incentives for that as well. Our discipline, as you can see, the most we have are disruptive, insubordination, and skipping. So those are the things we deal with the most, which for a high school is really good. I appreciate my students and their hard work to do the right thing.
Do you have any that actually skip school, leave school, but?
No, it's just skipping class.
Okay, because I was gonna say you couldn't get back in, could you?
No, and when I say just skipping class is defined as 15 minutes or more out of class. So if their pass runs out, it's considered skipping class.
What do you do for skipping? What do you do?
It depends on how many infractions they've had. So first infraction is a level 1, so they have lunch detention. Second is lunch detention and apparent contact. Third, I believe, is an after-school detention. And then fourth, we would work towards ISS. So trying to make it a progressive discipline system. So if you do it once, you only have a lunch detention. But if it's a behavior that you have over and over, then we also look at having a SAT meeting. If it's,
Where do they go?
they go to the bathroom and hang out with their friends. And scroll a little too long. On TikTok. Transportation, we've had 2 total bus discipline issues this year. And our arrival and departure is monitored daily. It seems like that's working well, knock on wood. This is our participation in breakfast and lunch. Last year we had 42.43% for breakfast. We're up a little bit in that area. We're at 43.98. The big jump that we saw is in our lunch participation. We changed the students' ability to sign out before lunch to go to co-op, and we saw a big increase in our lunch numbers. So that was very pivotal for us getting that percentage back up. So we're at 66.59%. We have great cooks, so that always helps. Parent involvement and communication. This, I don't know, this may be in your packet, but I added a little community involvement one, engagement that we'll add at the end. Student orientation night, every year we do an orientation for each specific grade level at our back to school activities. Parent teacher conferences like every other school in the county. We do all calls and text messages. We do an online newsletter that's posted on our website and on Facebook. We use our IntelliSmart communication tool, so that helps us communicate throughout the school with each other. We also can send positive messages to students that's also communicated to their family. And we also use it to automate attendance. So if a student has missed 3 days unexcused, an automatic message goes to their parent through email, 5 days and at 10 days. And if they're chronically absent, it kind of goes on. Those out We did not get responses enough, I guess, to count this year, but we did complete it last year. Is that every 2 years that you have to complete it?
We do every year,
Okay. Okay.
but I don't know. Do you know, I looked at your email that you sent me there. It didn't say a specific number, did it?
No.
Usually it'll say you only had like 4 or 7, you know.
It didn't say anything, and I
was
thought
odd.
maybe like nobody did it, but we did send it out, and I'm not so sure
Yeah, that's odd.
what we did different last year from this year, but we're gonna have to look at that.
Well, we had that issue in other schools last year where they swore they had people do it and it didn't generate a result. So I think it's a glitch within the system, but
Okay. And then as part of the IntelliSpark, we can send SEL surveys to our students, and we get those results back. And it shows us how connected students are. It tells us what they feel like they're good at, what they struggle with, and we can actually pin that to their profile page. So if I'm a teacher and that student is on my schedule, on my roster, I can pull that student up and read all about them. It doesn't show it to anybody else. So if Mr. Shook doesn't have me, but Ms. B does, only she can see that. He cannot. So it's very FERPA aligned. We don't have to worry about information going to people that it shouldn't.
shouldn't get it.
We have not had an audit at our school yet this year for finance, so I don't have anything to report there.
Nothing new.
School culture and staff morale. Morale has been improving throughout the year. We do Wacky Wednesday dress up contest, so we have an underground theme, and we all dress up to that theme, and the kids have to guess what the theme is. They fill out a little QR code at lunch, and then at the end of the day or the next day, we'll tell who won and give them a prize. I give the staff snacks every Thursday, because Wednesday's kind of the day you gotta get through. Just as like, kind of like, let's keep going. Jostens Renaissance, because we use Jostens for our classroom ordering, we get a program called Renaissance for free. And one of the parts is Ren rallies. So we celebrate our students academically, just like we did last year with the academic assembly. But instead of it being just a boring assembly where they have to sit there and it's okay, you're listening to me, so okay. This is more like a pep rally, but it's to honor them academically. And it builds morale for the students and for the staff and builds our culture a little bit more. We have High Five Fridays, so if you ever drive past on Friday, you'll probably see me outside with a foam hand giving kids high fives. We ordered high five hands for everyone that wanted to do it, and so when you're walking through the school, all the teachers are giving the kids high five and welcome, happy Friday. And then we have a monthly school culture challenge. If you've followed anything on our social media, we have High Five Fridays, and then we had our rock, paper, scissor challenge. So the day before spring break, we lined the hallways with everyone, and everybody had to do it until we got down to 2 people. And then that was the winner. Do the rock, paper, scissor challenge.
Who won?
I'm trying to think. Tommy Creasy.
Oh, God,
Yep.
nice.
So every month we do a little culture challenge and post it. And when we share it to the Mid-Atlantic region page as well, because that's what we're part of, we have to select goals, and we aligned our goals with our strategic plan goals, which were aligned to the county strategic plan goals, so that it was all going together. So if we do well,
We all do.
that's great, but you know, we're hoping that we all do well. But that's one of the things that we're working towards is being a bronze level Jostens Renaissance school.
Does Johnston have your class rings and graduation, everything?
No. We do tree ring for our yearbook, because those are shipped straight to the house of the student or whoever's ordering it, and they can actually pay to have pages that are specific to them. So they can customize their pages on a couple of the pages in the back. And we actually get more revenue back from them than we were getting from Jostens. We use Balfour for our announcements and caps and gowns and senior attire items. But Jostens is basically our classroom company. But because we do use them for that, they allow us to use this. And I even use the leadership program that they have online for my student leadership team. So every time we meet, I pull up one of the leadership videos and we watch it and kind of talk about, you know, how does this apply to our school? How can we utilize this kind of leadership here? Social emotional, we just talked a little bit about IntelliSpark surveys. We also use our iTimes during links. We have our EHAWS counseling services, of course, Mr. Dayton, and we also have Mrs. Holmes, which we are so appreciative of. I would lose my mind without the two of them. They help everyone. School cleanliness, we are fully staffed. We have a checklist for support if anyone needs it. Bathroom checks on the hour, and we actually just started the Walmart volunteer program. They came and cleaned our windows for us. It was wonderful.
Oh, yeah, I saw that.
Yeah.
Walmart employees,
That's really nice.
How often
where do I
do
sign up?
Right.
they- how often do they do that?
They do it once, I think, a quarter. They'll come and just ask us what we need. And so I'm very happy to tell them all the things we need. They
That's
were
really
wonderful. This year I added this, it wasn't part of the requirements, but community engagement. So this year we started trunk or treat. So on the launch pad, it's a safe little way to have the kids and have all of our school organizations and business partners represented. And it's enclosed, so you don't have to worry about them running out into the street and before a home football game. So it worked out really well.
That's nice. Will you help the central office remember to be part of that next year?
Yeah.
Because I bet our board members would be willing to set up and give out candy.
Sure.
That would be a fun thing for them to
That
do.
would be awesome.
Yeah.
It'd be a lot of fun.
We had our veterans breakfast, so we invited veterans in for a complimentary breakfast and did a little ceremony for them. We have done a couple honor games for former athletes, so football and basketball. Again, we'll be doing that this year. This year marks the 100th anniversary of the girls' basketball team being created at Morville High School.
Oh.
So that was in 1926. So we'll do something in this basketball season to honor just girls' basketball. Now, there haven't been 100 years of girl basketball teams because it would
On again, off again.
drop off and
Right.
start up again. But the first year was 1926.
Nice.
Business partners, we have amazing business partners, and underneath of that, you'll see mock interviews, resume writing, and career fair. So these three things are projects that the business partners worked with our staff to create for our seniors. Our seniors in the fall completed resume writing, where they learned how to write a resume. This Wednesday, they have mock interviews, so the business partners are coming in and they are interviewing our students to practice those skills. And then the career fair will be the culmination on May 14th, where they can actually interview with the people who are coming to set up tables for potential jobs. And this is our way of helping our seniors transition, just like we try to help our freshmen transition to high school. We're trying to transition them into the workforce or whatever their next step is. We did our Shark Tank competition, and then, of course, our South Branch Hand Bacon and Egg Show as part of our community engagement. And there we go.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you for letting us.
Yeah, it's always nice to have you all. And then the very last page of your handout kind of goes over the SAT and PSAT. How they're different. So these are sample questions for PSAT right here versus the SAT. These are the type of questions our students would get on PSAT versus an SAT. And then if you go down a little bit further, you'll see that this one is a combination. So the first part is what's the author's primary concern, and then it leads on to which choice provides the best evidence for the answer in question one. So on the SAT, they're required to answer questions more in depth than they would when they were 10th graders taking the PSAT. It's more of a skills concept type test versus an application and synthesis test. And then on the back, this is kind of what we're hoping to do in order to address that. So right now we use StudySync. And some of the things that StudySync is a little weak on is paired evidence mastery, trapped answer recognitions where they try to trick you. into that. It's a little more clear cut than what the SAT would be. Precision in vocabulary and context, argument structure analysis under time pressure, because obviously when you're in a classroom, you're not under that time constraint like you would be on a timed test, and the SAT is time. And then our data and text integration practice. So data charts are in the SAT, in the ELA portion. It's not just in the math. And so that's something that a lot of our students don't see when we're relying only on the study sync. So in order to try to close that, we're looking at SAT style questions weekly, especially paired with evidence, having that requirement. Also asking why is this wrong type answer analysis to try to train them into eliminating the distractors that they put on the test. Timed passages. This is to build stamina and precision. Kids hate timed passages, but it is important for them to be able to do things quickly. Explicit instruction and argument structure. Author moves such as, why did the author add this? Why did they use this word versus this word? Trying to make them really think about why the author is making the decision that they are. Evidence function, study sync to SAT alignment guide by unit. So our teachers will need to do this. This is something that we think would really help, because when we look at benchmark data, we can see, yes, our math in 10th grade goes down a little bit, but really that ELA and every year, it's consistent. It's not an outlier to be down. So this we're hoping will help. A plug and play weekly SAT question routine so the kids know exactly what expected. You do this every week. Progress learning and study sync hybrid model, so our teachers can use both. They know that they can use both, but it's been a learning process of how can we utilize progress learning along with the study sync, because neither one can completely do the job. Requirements to synthesize across text, so using multiple text instead of just one. Evaluate competing arguments so that they understand you need to look at all three of these. So these are opposing, explain them. Why is this one better? Why is that one better? Defend claims with constraints. So that's the DOK 4. And then daily DOK 4 questioning, because a lot of times our teachers think a project is how you get a kid to use DOK 4, because the one term that they use during DOK 4 is create, to create something new. And a lot of times people think that's just a project. And so we want to also reinforce that it's not just a project, it can be short, but it has to be rigorous. So you can have 2 DOK 4 questions on a quiz and only have 3 or 4 questions on that quiz. And that's okay, because those 2 questions are going to take a large amount of time and effort from the student. So rather than have 25 recall, it's much better to have maybe 3, a DOK 3 question and then 2 DOK 4s, or 1 DOK 4 and a DOK 2, a DOK 3, but not just living in that skill and recall.
So with your depth of knowledge for create an argument that supports
Yes.
this perspective, or
Yes. Yes, rather than it just being a project that takes 3 days to do, which yes, might.
because you're
still
cutting
need
out and
DOK
gluing
4.
and making a right.
Yes,
right.
but we want it to be short too,
Yeah.
because on the test, you're
It's
not
gotta
going
be
to
short.
have a long period of time. Yeah.
Good point, yeah. Thank you, Mrs. Campbell.
Thank
That was
you.
informative.
Very good.
Yeah, thank you. That was.
Questions? Everybody's ready.
Everybody's great to take that. Yeah, we gotta stay, we gotta leave you.
Oh, no. You can't tell for the day.
We'll turn the lights off and give them a minute here, a little bit, a little quiet time.
Bad
We
idea.
need about, we need 20 minutes.
Yeah, you can go to your car and rest for a little bit.
Yeah, that's. the
Take a
best
little
thing for
snooze.
us.
Nice little warm car.
You're-
Hour and a half.
Iron
It doesn't have to
it,
be
you know.
now. It's 20 minutes, an hour.
Do we need to formally close the meeting, or are we just gonna say completed at 2:41 and I can log off?
Don't hear me.
Because we didn't call it to order.
Did
we?
Yeah.
We're good? All right.
We did close.
We did call it to order officially? Okay, that's what I was confused about from earlier. So motion to adjourn and somebody needs.
Do we have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
Have a motion and a second to adjourn. All those in favor?
Aye.
And so we're adjourned at 2:41, 4:0.